Now, look at the similarity here between what happened in the Cuban Missile Crisis. Khrushchev was mad as hell because the United States was putting missiles right up against its border. Putin is mad as hell because NATO is coming right up to his border. And NATO is not, in Putin's experience, a defensive organization. It's an offensive organization, and it takes offense, as it did, for example, in the Balkan Wars. And you see what NATO did in the bombing of Serbia, and you'll see that NATO is an interventionist. It is about trying to restructure the world in certain ways. Furthermore, NATO now controls all of Central Europe. And here we come to a crazy geopolitical argument. You know, there's a crazy, well, he wasn't crazy, unfortunately. He was a professor of geography at Oxford University. And there's a man called Halford Mackinder. And Halford Mackinder, back in the early 2000s, right up to about 1942, was writing things about geopolitical strategy on a global level. And his thesis was, whoever controls Central Europe controls the world island, i.e. the whole Eurasian sphere. And whoever controls the world island controls the world. In other words, control of the world depends upon who is controlling the heartland of the system, and the heartland is in Central Europe. Now, the Soviets controlled the heartland throughout the whole period. Now, it is the West that controls the heartland, and the US backed NATO, which is controlling the heartland. And the heartland is threatening the whole control of the Eurasian mass. That is the way in which people think. That's the way in which, you know, Lloyd Austin and the military folk think. This sort of stuff. Now, I actually held a professorship in Oxford, which was called the Halford Mackinder Professorship of Geography. And I mean, on the one hand, I thought that Halford Mackinder would be turning in his grave, think that I held professorship in his name, but I was also extremely embarrassed to have a title of the Halford Mackinder Professor of Geography, because there's this guy who's giving this kind of geopolitical nonsense, and this is terribly important because if people believe it and work on it, then that creates the problem. Actually, in the 1920s, the German geopoliticians, a man called Haushofer, really did believe in this. And much of the expansion of Germany into Eastern Europe and into the Central European area was precisely on Mackinder-type policies. And in the 1920s, General Haushofer was writing about Lebensraum, that is the living space of the German state. And it needed Lebensraum, and it needed to actually control all of Central Europe. And from that control of Central Europe, it could actually organize the world and its strategy of world domination. And Hitler seems to have believed some of this. So part of this was what was going on at that time. My point about all of this is this. We are on the edge of a conflict between NATO and Russia. In fact, a proxy war is being fought in Ukraine. And the United States believes and likes to present itself as somehow or other it is a good country which is simply responding to the desire of the Ukrainians to control their own space and have their own nation and have their own culture and all the rest of it. And that noble, worthy aim is what the United States is about. I demur. I think the United States is using the Ukraine, and is using the Ukraine for the nefarious reason of trying to degrade Russian military capacity to be able to actually, if you like, forward the kind of mission of Western domination of much of the rest of the world. Of course, now the situation is such that you're not only fooling with Russia and all of its missiles, but you're also fooling with China with its major military capacity. And you can see why China, and in China, they think geopolitically too, along the lines I've mentioned. China is actually moving geopolitically through its Belt and Road Initiative and all the rest of it to try to regain some sort of control of what Mackinder called the world island. This is where we are headed at. And the path dependency of this is making me very, very, very nervous. There is danger. and clear danger. And some compromise has to be come to. Some sort of, point in which you fold rather than continue. At what point do you kind of say, well, this has gone too far, it's too dangerous? At what point are we going to actually recognize that Putin has actually a genuine, you may not like it, but he has a genuine reason to fear what NATO has been doing and what NATO has been about. And that therefore, one of the answers, which I think should be on the calendar, is the complete demilitarization and denuclearization of the whole of Central Europe. That, it seems to me, is about the only thing that could actually bring Putin to the table. Offer something like that. Say, we will actually accept the denuclearization, the demilitarization of the whole of Central Europe, and we will turn it into a neutral zone so nobody can dominate the world island and do all those kinds of things. This is the kind of thinking which needs to be there. And this is the kind of thinking that got us through the missile crisis in Cuba. The missile crisis in Cuba was a very close thing, and a lot of people were making some very bad decisions around it. I think we are closer to that kind of thing in Ukraine, and a lot of people are making some very bad decisions about it, including the Secretary of Defense, who should have known better than to say that, although I'm glad he did say it, because it gives us an insight into what the true motivation of the United States is.
It's become, you refer to the Russian criminal invasion of Ukraine, you call it the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. You have to add unprovoked. Just out of curiosity, I did a Google search. Look for the phrase unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. In 30 seconds, it gave 2.5 million hits. Again, out of curiosity, I looked for the phrase unprovoked invasion of Iraq. 11,000 hits, all of them from marginal anti-war publications. Well, that's interesting in itself. It's even more interesting when you look at the fact. The invasion of Iraq was totally unprovoked. There wasn't a particle of provocation. Cheney and Rumsfeld had to resort to torture to try to elicit some evidence that Saddam Hussein had something to do with Al-Qaeda. Even the vanishing weapons of mass destruction, if there'd been any reason to believe they existed, would have been no provocation. So it was totally unprovoked. But you can't say that. In contrast, the invasion of Ukraine was provoked. That in this crazy climate, you have to add the truism that doesn't justify it. But there was plenty of provocation that run through the record. It's recognized by the director of the CIA, former director of the CIA, American ambassadors who've been protesting the provocation for 30 years. Right to the last minute. Jens Stoltenberg, General Secretary of NATO, just announced that since 2014, announced with pride, since 2014, NATO, meaning the United States, has been pouring weapons into Ukraine, training Ukrainian officers, running joint military exercises with them since 2014. Okay, that's provocation. Everyone recognizes that Russia has security concerns about Ukraine, obviously. Just think about Operation Barbarossa, if you can't remember anything else, right through Ukraine with Ukrainian participation. The United States government last September published a policy statement. The American press has kept it from the American people, but Russian intelligence can certainly read the White House webpage. It says that we must enhance our programs of moving towards military integration of Ukraine into NATO, joint military exercises, new weapons, an enhanced program for entry into NATO. Is that a provocation? Yes, it's a provocation. And it continued. The State Department has officially announced that prior to the invasion, the U.S. refused to consider any Russian security concerns. Okay? That's the State Department. So is there provocation? Obviously. But in a free society, every right-thinking person must say unprovoked invasion of Ukraine.
Now, let us begin with the modern period of, I guess we could start with 1956 for our generation. This was the beginning of the rise of Dr. Martin Luther King. Dr. King decided that in Montgomery, Alabama, black people had to pay the same prices on the buses as did white people, but we had to sit in the back. And we could only sit in the back if every available seat was taken by a white person. If a white person was standing, a black person could not sit. So Dr. King and his associates got together and said, "This is inhuman. We will boycott your bus system." Now understand what a boycott is. A boycott is a passive act. It is the most passive political act that anyone can commit, a boycott. Because what the boycott was doing was simply saying, we will not ride your buses. No sort of antagonism. He was not even verbally violent. He was peaceful. Dr. King's policy was that nonviolence would achieve the gains for black people in the United States. His major assumption was that if you are nonviolent, if you suffer, your opponent will see your suffering and will be moved to change his heart. That's very good. He only made one fallacious assumption. In order for nonviolence to work, your opponent must have a conscience. The United States has none.
Welcome. You've got mail.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you, so let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please won't you be my neighbor? Neighbor, 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 neighbor. Together, might as well say, would you be mine? Would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor?
Welcome. Show.
Mediocre. Mediocre.
Yeah, Yoshi, this is the Idan Simpson Show with Idan Simpson. It me, Idan Simpson, from the Idan Simpson Show with Idan Simpson. Today on the show, we're going to do the same thing we do every day. Try to take over the world. I hope you're pondering what I'm pondering. Love your face. Yeah. We got a Yoshimi Kitten. Cat. Yoshi. You're causing hell everywhere you go. Really stoked to be with you today. Oh, the flag fell, huh? Hold up. The juice is loose. Thanks so much. Yeah. It's a great flag, right? Yoshi, you're so fucking annoying sometimes. Yeah. She's my baby. Meow. She hates being held. Okay. She's got a sweet little voice, I tell you what. Wow, wow. She's going now. All right, get out of here. Oh, she's screaming out back. All right, so it's a lot bigger than I imagined. Yeah, it's really large. But the juice is loose, and I'm very excited about this. Homie, thanks for the flag. She wants love, not like that. Yeah. I'm a bad dad. Okay, so what we'll do today on the show, you know, is talk about some stuff. I got some stuff to talk about. Really stoked to be with you today. Yesterday, talked about a lot of stuff. Posted it on my YouTube. It's on my YouTube. Got some stuff on my YouTube. I hope you like stuff. Do you like stuff, chat? Wow, what's with the transition? I don't do fade transitions. That's lame. Fade transitions for losers. Okay, so here's the deal. All right, we got some stuff. We talking Turkey? We may get back to it today. We got my video on the 760 Nazis killed in the explosion. The full video from yesterday and the compatible left Jacobin take about China. I'll be posting more and more videos. We got Rev Lo-Fi. At the end of the stream yesterday, I was reading Black Shirts and Reds by Michael Peretti. And I'll probably be taking that and turning that into a Rev Lo-Fi stream. Yeah. Reminder, every subscription goes towards a new Rev Lo-Fi video. I'm way overdue in the sense that I owe you guys like 9 more. But I did just post one with Vijay Prashad here. This really great talk. What gives imperialists the right to use the word democracy? I thought that was a really good one. Yeah. So each one that I crank out, I'll do one new Rev Lo-Fi video for every 100 subbies. Let's go, homies. Let's get that line up. You sent the new Rev Lo-Fi to my lib sister so she can stop being mediocre.
Mediocre. Mediocre.
Libs do this thing where when they go to vote for Democrats, they're like, it's going to make it so much better here. But it's like, no. It's not just about this country. It's about the whole world. Stop being so American-centric. People do this all the time. You could see this move. The imperialists cannot not see that. They do this thing that Fausch does, which is like, oh, you got to trust neoliberals on foreign policy. Democrats truly believe that. Instead of leftists and tankies, they truly believe you got to trust the Democrats. They're imperialists. Anyway, so they do this thing where they're like, well, you know, I don't want the trans people here to be sad, so I'm going to vote for Democrats. And I'm like, those things don't even connect, dude. Democrats aren't protecting trans kids. Like, what the fuck do you think's going on over here? It's like, but think about the rest of the world and what the Democrats do. Anyways, this is this thing that I'm noticing. I don't know why I'm talking about it right now. This guy's got an impossibly bad take. What he's saying is trust right-wingers when it comes to the entire rest of the world. It's like, if they're right-wingers when it comes to the rest of the world, do you not think they're right-wingers when it comes to this part of the world too? That's why Democrats oftentimes are just right-wingers in disguise. All right. I don't know why I'm monologuing already this early. Okay. Let's go ahead and get a list going of shit that we want to do today, huh? Huh, chat? Not yet. This is yesterday. You guys, chat, you can get your stuff that you think we should go over today, like really important stuff. Get it in my Discord. Today is 11/14/22. What is this? It's Monday? It's Monday. Moon Day. Let's see what we're going to do today. Okay, so we got the headlines from Democracy Now! Amy Badman. We got to do that. What else is, like, popping off? We need to, like... It seems like they're still pushing Iran. They're still pushing Iran. Then the latest thing is they're like, they're gonna execute 15,000 protesters. Have you heard this? The libs are losing their mind. It's like, are you fucking serious? Are they really going to? Do y'all believe everything you read? These baby brains, they believe everything they read about Iran, about China, everything. They have no skepticism. And of course, they don't look for other sources. They're right-wingers without as many overt bigotries. Don't bring up Russians around a lib. Exactly. Western media is losing its press credentials in Ukraine. What? What? All my beliefs come from Harry Potter? There's something on my radar about this. Thank you. Ross, I don't mean to... I don't know. Correct you or whatever, but there is now... I don't know if you know this. There's now a Ukraine channel, just so we can keep something straight. But I appreciate all the links. I've been grabbing them and putting them here. It'll be nice to sort of have a timeline to be able to look back. I wish I did this at the beginning of the Russian invasion, which is literally when this entire war got on my radar. I will admit, I've admitted this the entire time. I was not an understander of this war until the tanks rolled in February. And that began the long journey of figuring it out. Okay, so is it this one? Yep. I always click the wrong thing. If you click there, it doesn't take you to the link. It doesn't take you to the tweet. It's so stupid. Why did they do that? You got to click there. Thank you, homie. Let me know what else is on your radar, chat. Let me know. Like we got a list coming along. Lib. Only way the war should end is complete Russian withdrawal. Me. Sounds like you're letting perfect be the enemy of good. It sounds like they're just literally making shit up. You know? It's like, do they really think that's going to happen? It's not going to happen. And it's like, where's that energy when Russia's like, hey, let's get NATO out of Ukraine. Let's get NATO arms out of Ukraine. Where's that energy? Fuck, man. Where's that energy when 14,000 are dying in Donbass? Now 100,000 are dead on each side. I don't know. That's what we're being told, right? How many are dead? Well, we don't have any idea, do we? How many are dead? That's a question I got. Right before the war started, I posted a fuck ton of memes about it and people got mad. It was basically setting up the narrative from 2014 and no one wanted to listen. Here we are. I had no clue. I literally had no idea about this until, yeah. Until it was like February the 24th. I had no idea. I was like, what? I'm a baby brain. Majority report clip above is also Ukraine related. Wait. Is this from back in like March?
Yeah, I'm just calling.
They make it all about the Ukrainian Azov battalion. This is another thing that they do to like make people think all the Nazis are just in this one little group. Like they go, you know what? There aren't that many Nazis. The Azov battalion's not that big, right? They do this thing where you're just like, whoa, what about the other Nazis that aren't in the Azov battalion? You're like, whoa, wait up here. What's going on here? Right? It's this thing they do. Azov battalion's been accused of nationalist neo-Nazi ties. Are we creating a new fascist Taliban as the U.S. did in Afghanistan in the 80s? Oh, wow. Okay. I'm fearful for the brainworms on this one. What a fucking nightmare, am I right? All right. Hey guys. Yo, there's only a few different ways this goes, right? They're going to be like, there aren't that many Nazis in the Azov, or they're going to say, the Russians are a bigger deal. We have to worry about them first, and then we could worry about the Azov Nazis later. Like that's a move that they do, or they're just going to be like, no, they're not as big a deal as the Mujahideen. Couple different ways they can go. I wonder what else. Wonder what they're gonna say. All right, we got that. We'll save that for later. Get a Discord button over here. Oh, it feels like the music's a little hot today, huh? Feels like I'm in a James Bond movie. Yeah, we talked about the explosion yesterday. Oh, the explosion. Homies. So, Istanbul explosion. Turkey is like not accepting the U.S. Embassy's apology. Did y'all catch that? Yeah. Oh no. We gotta... My package is out. Okay. Yeah. Great. Let's see if I can find a tweet on that. Let's get all of our links ready to go so we can hit the ground running here, chat. Okay. Is there anything else that's on your radar? What am I doing? God damn it. These electric sex pants. See what Democracy Now! Is up to today. What, did they change their intro? What was that? You're sick of losing your lighter? What kind of lighter do you get? Kurdish rebels, they say, are responsible. Oh, the PKK? Are they saying... Are they saying the PKK is like U.S. Is the PKK U.S. supported? Is PKK that guy Öcalan? Abdullah Öcalan? This guy's got eyebrows for days. Yeah. This guy's CIA. What's his story? I feel like he spent time in the U.S. I can't remember. I can't remember this guy's story, but he's the PKK guy. They say they're Marxist-Leninist? I don't know, man. I do not know much about the PKK. This is something I still need to wrap my head around more. On my Syria deep dive. And my Turkey deep dive. Exile in Europe. I can't remember this guy. Aren't we all CIA when you get down to it? Ross, every time you say that, you make me more suspicious, bro. How you doing, homie? Everyone follow Ross, my mod. Big shout out to all my mods. Thank you for helping me keep this stream alive. I'm gonna hit this bowl. Go check out Ras. Yeah. Later on today, I'm going to continue reading Black Shirts and Reds by Michael Parenti. I was really enjoying that yesterday. I really enjoyed that. We'll definitely get back to that today. Aren't all Dan's haters? Not sure what that means. Turkey's also slaughtering Kurdish people in northern Syria, so maybe the bombing's blowback. I mean, there is that. Yeah. Man, really makes you wish the Kurds had their own fucking land. The Treaty of Sevres would have allowed that. They lost World War I. But then they let the nationalists fight their way to getting the Treaty of Lausanne. And they got tons of land. And because of that, the Kurds got none. That's my understanding. Is that right? Now the Kurds got to fight like everyone. What is this? Look how desperate they are to prove that China's evil. Welcome to China, says James Melville. Look at this fucking douche. Bro, you look like a douche. What a sweet little kid. trying to make it look bad? My God. What in the fuck, dude? They're like, how dare you not, like, let 2-3 million people die of COVID and have long COVID forever? There was some, like, I read some tweets, some, like, Chinese politician was like, hey, in a couple decades, America's workforce is going to be decimated by long COVID. And we'll be able to overtake them even more. And I was like, oh my God, are they right? Yo. This is how I wish our country did it. I wish our country tried harder. Instead, they're like, okay, we didn't do anything and we're all out of ideas. And we're like, oh man, again with this same move. That's all they got. Mildred Seashas, love your face. COVID forever. Yeah, that's the strain of weed that I'm growing. Continued plan of just letting the West fail is working. Yeah, it's doing great. Long COVID TikTok combo. U.S. healthcare was on the decline already, just gonna be way worse with COVID. Afraid of this. Afraid of this. Okay. Democracy Now! Headlines. Let's begin with the headlines. I got a button for this, don't I? You love it when I got a button for this. Yeah. Look at that. That's like a new graphic right there. Do you see that? I don't think I've seen that before. Oh. What's the deal here? She's at the cop summit. All cops are bad, homie.
Welcome to Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Blamey Badman.
Goodman. We're broadcasting from the UN Climate Summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. Democrats have held on to the U.S. Senate after incumbents Mark Kelly of Arizona and Nevada's Catherine Cortez Masto won their midterm races over
She's going to do it like a normal show.
Senator Raphael Warnock beats Republican challenger Herschel Walker in Georgia's December 6th runoff. Democrats will...
Wait, what?
Herschel Walker in Georgia's December 6th runoff. Democrats will expand their majority to 51 total Senate seats, meaning they may not have to rely on Vice President Kamala Harris to break a tie and can afford to lose a single vote when confirming executive and judicial nominees or passing certain measures through reconciliation. Control of the Senate is still undecided as neither party. Control of the House is still undecided as neither party has secured the necessary 218 seats.
Is this literally unwatchable? You let me know.
Democrats now hold 204 House seats, while Republicans have 212 in Washington State.
Dad. Red left Dad. Thank you for the 9 months, homie. Thank you so much. And, we just had a stream baby, and I'm going to name it Blamey Badman.
2 Democrats won their races over the weekend. Newcomer Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez beat Trump-backed Joe Kent, while Kim Schreier held on to her seat against Republican Matt Larkin. In neighboring Oregon, Republican Lori Chavez-Dreamer flipped a Democratic seat after beating progressive candidate Jamie McLeod Skinner, who ousted longtime incumbent Kurt Schrader in the primaries. Newly elected progressive Democrats arrived in D.C. Sunday to meet with members
State propaganda,
of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, including 25-year-old Maxwell Frost of Florida, who became the first Gen Z Congress member.
We have heard all about this red wave and this and that, and when you look at the numbers, we see that what stopped the red wave were young voters who turned out in historic numbers, who voted for Democrats over 63%.
In Nevada, Democrat Cisco Aguilar defeated 2020 election denier Jim Marchant to become Secretary of State. And in Arizona's Secretary of State race, Democrat Adrian Fontes beat out Republican Mark.
He's completely funded by some crypto chud. He's also like pro-Israel and just seems like an imperialist.
Fincham, who has ties to the far-right Oath Keepers. In Arizona's governor's race, Democrat
Anti-Cuba too.
Katie Hobbs has maintained her narrow lead over Republican Kari Lake. Lake, whose chances of overtaking Hobbs look increasingly slim,
Not an accurate use of this.
Previously refused to say whether she would accept defeat and has been predicting a major victory for days while making baseless allegations that election officials are slowing down the counting. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visited the recaptured southern city of Kherson, which Russia had occupied since March before fleeing last week, celebrating a major victory in the ongoing war. Zelensky said investigators found evidence of hundreds of Russian war crimes in Kherson. Over the weekend, jubilant crowds in Kherson greeted Ukrainian soldiers.
It is impossible to express in words what I feel now. Never in my life had I felt such joy as now. Our brothers, our protectors have come, and here we are free today. This is unbelievable, impossible to convey. Kherson is Ukraine, and the Ukrainian army is the best army in the world.
Of course, they're not showing you the other side of this video, which is the civilians that had to flee this area before Ukrainian soldiers got back and started torturing them to death.
Yeah. Zelensky said over the weekend fighting in the Russian-occupied eastern Donetsk region was like hell. Kyiv is hoping to reclaim Donetsk, though it's expected to be a particularly tough battle as part of the region is defended by long-standing separatists. The Biden administration announced plans that would lower methane emissions from domestic oil and gas drilling by 87% below 2005 levels. The new regulations were unveiled as President Biden attended the COP27 climate summit here in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, on Friday.
We immediately
He's walking like a robot.
joined the Paris Agreement. We can.
Oh, he glitched out! Look at him walking like a robot, and then he glitches out.
27 climate summit here in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, on Friday.
We immediately rejoined the Paris Agreement. We convened major climate summits and reestablished.
No one's gonna say anything about this? They're just gonna act like it didn't happen? This is so real right now.
I apologize you ever pulled out of the agreement.
Hey guys. They're just gonna act like he didn't just short circuit right there. Darling Sierra, love your face. Welcome in. Yeah. Who else we got? What did I just hear? Yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Yo, I love when I do this thing where I say something and then someone's like, wait, no, are you saying this other thing? So, Soft Kitty, this is what's called a bad faith argument, okay? That is uncomradely. I'm going to encourage you to try to be more comradely. Try to meet me with what I'm saying and not with what I'm not saying. If you can't handle that, you'll be invited to leave. I literally just said that. I literally... No, I didn't. Goodbye. Goodbye. I literally just said that. No, I didn't. Go clip it and let me know, homie. Oh my God.
The United States
Uncomradely, bad faith. You're a fucking liar, actually.
is currently the second largest...
Still lying, dude. Fucking lying, dude. Such a Weasley little liar, dude.
Emitter of greenhouse gases after China, and by far the largest historic polluter, accounting for about 20% of global carbon dioxide emissions. During his remarks, Biden did not mention the issue of loss and damage. Climate activists are pushing the U.S. to compensate poorer countries over the irreversible impacts of global heating. Meanwhile, outside the halls of COP27, hundreds of people rallied Saturday to demand global systemic transformation to defend human rights and combat the climate catastrophe. This is South African climate activist Gabriel Claassen.
We are not only representing ourselves, but the communities that we come from, the frontline and affected communities that we come from, the areas and the spaces that are continued to be extracted from for the use of big industries, big corporations, big countries, big fossil fuel industries. For too long have we invested in fossil fuels and a dead future. The reason that we are here today is to stand up and say enough is enough. It's time for climate justice. It's time for change.
Climate rallies also took place in other cities across the world as part of a global day of action. The family of the imprisoned activist and writer Abdel Fattah received a letter from him today, the first proof of life since October 31st. Al-Fattah stopped drinking water on November 6th, the first day of the COP27 summit, after already being on a hunger strike for 7 months protesting his imprisonment. In a letter dated Saturday, November 12th, Al-Fattah said he began drinking water again on that day. He also said his vital signs are okay and that he's receiving medical care. In response, Al-Fattah's sister, Sena Saif, said, quote, "We're relieved to see proof of life. I can sleep today without nightmares, but we want this to be over. Our family deserves a break. We need to be reunited in peace," she said. Meanwhile, the Egyptian imprisoned activist Al-Fattah's lawyer was denied entry to the prison today for the third time, despite receiving permission from the prosecutor's office to visit Alaa. His plight has received intensified attention over the past week, with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, and U.S. President Joe Biden all raising his case in their meetings with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. President Biden met with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Bali, Indonesia today for their first in-person talk since Biden took office. The meeting took place ahead of the G20 summit and amidst increasing tensions between the two countries over Taiwan, the war in Ukraine, and technology. President Xi pledged to hold candid talks with Biden, saying, quote, "The world has come to a crossroads." Biden.
Why do you hate America's allies? What kind of question is this?
Expressed similar sentiments. We'll have more on the Biden-Xi meeting later in the broadcast. In between his appearances at COP27 and the G20 summit, Biden was in Cambodia Saturday to address ASEAN. That's the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Biden's visit to the ASEAN summit came as human rights groups warn Southeast Asian leaders have done little to challenge Burma's military rulers who seized power in a February 2021 coup. Turkish police have arrested 46 people following Sunday's explosion in a crowded Istanbul neighborhood that killed at least 6 people and injured dozens of others. The suspected bombers is among the arrested. Turkey has blamed Kurdish fighters for the attack, though the perpetrator has yet to be confirmed. It's the Turkish government that says they've arrested the perpetrator.
Barely here.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Court has issued its first known death sentence to a person convicted of participating in a banned anti-government protest. The court...
They're just going to frame it like they're just protesting. These people have been killing police officers. But they're like, Amy's just going to say, oh, well, they're just protesting. I just want to reframe this here for you to make it a little bit more reflective of reality here.
Also handed down prison terms of up to a decade to 5 people charged with violations of national security and public order. The
I truly hope they got the CIA spooks.
Protests erupted more than 7 weeks ago after the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in police custody. Human rights.
How much of her income comes from the NED these days? I don't think they get like NED money directly. She's sort of like funded by the you know, I like to call it the what? The nonprofit industrial complex. But she does it by building consent. By manufacturing consent. By carrying water for empire. By breathlessly, dictating empire's narratives and just being the stenographer for empire. And I'm just sort of sick of it. Once you see it, you can't stop seeing through it. You're like, oh my God. You're like, wow, there it is. And that's how she gets her access. She gets tons of access. You see the guests that she gets on her channels. Some of the guests that she gets on her channels. That's how she gets access. She's making $200K a year doing this. From like Rockefeller Center, I think. Like downtown New York.
Groups report at least 326 people have been killed in the demonstrations in Iran. A United
How many did she say?
Custody. Human rights groups report at least 326 people have been killed in the demonstrations.
Sorry, I'm turning this up. I'm such an idiot. I should have turned this up a long time ago. It's just so loud.
A United Nations envoy is urging Western and other nations to lift catastrophic sanctions that were imposed on Syria over a decade ago after the start of the war. The UN says
they've been sanctioning Syria.
The measures enacted by the United States, the European Union, and others have exacerbated the destruction and trauma faced by the Syrian people, leading to dangerous shortages of medicine, food, water, shelter, and other essential resources. At least 90% of Syria's population lives in poverty, with sanctions severely undermining efforts of economic recovery, according to the UN envoy. In news from the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces killed a Palestinian woman during a raid in the city of Beitunia, a suburb of Ramallah, on Monday. The 19-year-old was fatally shot after an attempted vehicle check. So far this year, Israeli soldiers killed over 130 Palestinians in assaults in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, making 2022 the deadliest since at least 2006. Ethiopia's government and Tigrayan officials signed an agreement making way for immediate humanitarian access as the two sides move ahead with a peace deal reached in South Africa earlier this month. This is former Kenyan president, mediator in the deal, Uhuru Kenyatta.
There shall be severe sanction on anyone who will commit atrocities against civilians.
All parties to the Tigray war have been accused of war crimes. By some estimates, up to 800,000 people have died in the two-year-long war, while millions have been displaced. The UN says 5.2 million people in Tigray are in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. Back in the U.S. in Charlottesville, Virginia, at least 3 people were killed and 2 others wounded late Sunday after a gunman opened fire at a garage on the University of Virginia campus. Classes were canceled Monday as the suspect, who's also a student, is still at large. The Biden administration's extended temporary protected status, or TPS, for people from Haiti, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Honduras, Sudan, and Nepal until June 2024. The move will continue to temporarily shield some 260,000 immigrants from deportation. Their relief was due to expire by the end of this year. And Twitter put on hold its recently launched $8 blue checkmark subscription service Friday after fake accounts inundated the site. Among the imposter accounts, a fake Eli Lilly account posted a tweet announcing they would make insulin free, causing the pharmaceutical company's stock to take a plunge. Meanwhile, a fake Lockheed Martin account at Lockheed Martini posted it would halt weapons sales to Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the U.S., causing the real Lockheed Martin.
I didn't catch that. Lockheed Martini.
To lose value of their shares. Fake accounts for Tesla were also created.
Absolute
In
legends.
related news, Twitter started laying off a
Was well worth the $8.
large number of its contract workers on Saturday, including those working on content moderation. One of Elon Musk's first acts as Twitter's new owner was to lay off around half the company's permanent staff, almost 4,000 workers earlier this month.
I can't get over the martini bit.
And those are some of the headlines.
This is Democracy Now!,
DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We are broadcasting.
All right. Okay. I don't know. We already mentioned this. I don't have like a big update or link on this, so there's not much to talk about there. Oh my God. Lockheed Martini, I'm dying. I'm dying. Why does it paste so large? Can I make it paste smaller? I wish I could figure that out. That really bugs me. Really bugs me. Stock value isn't tied to any material evaluation, so spending $8 to wipe out billions is praxis. It's incredible. Cocktails and capitalism should make a Lockheed Martini. Yeah. A Lockheed Martini. Okay. Jeff, I don't know. I literally have no idea. It's possible. I don't see them doing a bombing in Turkey, though, but I just don't have that much background knowledge about it. I don't know if they'd be doing bombings in Turkey and killing tons of people in Turkey these days. I just don't know. So Grey Wolves, I don't know. They say PKK maybe, I don't know, you know? If we got a link on that, let's try to get into this. Because Turkey's not accepting the U.S. Embassy's apology, and I'm not sure I understand the dynamics of that. Let's go here. We're going to do Ukraine next. Ukraine war in Ukraine. Have you heard of it? It sucks. CNN, this is from Ivan Kachanovsky. CNN and Sky News journalists are stripped of their accreditation. I'd like to go back to that tweet. Wow, I can't do it. That's a link. Okay, I didn't realize. Great, having a good time here. They're stripped of their accreditation for reporting from Kherson. Media representatives, without the consent of the relevant commanders and public relations services of military units, carried out information activities in Kherson. What? Why? Is this really happening? I can't read this. From Katerino Tishenko? I don't know, homies. Your analysis. Is this related? All right. Is this related? The CNN shows a not? Yeah. Because here's what's going on here. If you don't know.
Trending now. What's happening? Last week.
Stop.
Thread.
I knew I clicked something bad when I clicked it. Okay. Here's what's going on. Hold on. Well, there was this one too. But this guy too. I gotta talk about that too. Where is it? Got the video of it. I got it. Was it the CNN lady? Oh. Gosh darn it. I'm a big dumbass. Here. Here. All right, so this is what it's about. This is what we're all talking about.
Earlier this week, residents there have been celebrating their long-awaited freedom, many taking to the streets, waving flags and cheering for the soldiers. Troops.
Yikes! Yo! So is this what it's all related to? Oh, I wanted to show you that one too. Did this just happen as well? This video from yesterday also shows a Ukrainian tank flying a flag with a Reichsadler. Sadler. I don't know what that is. On a black sunset. Okay. A full house of Nazi iconography. You guys. This is off the charts over here. Show us the patches. Show us the tattoos. I'm so curious. Alright, well I can have a smoke too. Now that you bring it up.
Ось так ми і премо. Коробочка за коробочкою. Сука, як же ж це приємно.
See this last one. Oh, there's one more. It's the last one. Okay, there it is. Yo! Not good. Okay, not good. Not good. Not good over here. Let's just put it like that. Not good. That's some Nazi-ass stuff.
Hey, guys.
Ross's take. Here's Ross's take. CNN shows a Ukrainian soldier doing the Nazi salute. We no longer believe you're credible. It's just a few. They aren't a real problem. They don't hold any power. They aren't true fascists. If so, why pull credentials? It's just one guy. So, what is happening here? They pulled the credentials because they showed Nazi content? Is this explaining why we've been seeing less and less and less Nazi patches and tattoos lately? Because they're not allowed to show us anymore? And these people are being reprimanded for showing us? Is that what's going on? What is going on here? Someone explain this to me. Keep reading. Oh. Tell me what to do. Keep reading. It's not like this demonstrates a society in which this gesture is permissible, acceptable, and perhaps appropriate in the correct company. A parade through Kherson, apparently. Perhaps the lack of objection is as damning as the salute itself. How about that? If one person of 10 stands up at a dinner table to Nazi salute, and someone doesn't interrupt or say something, or at least seem concerned, that's a table of fascists. Yeah, that's sort of how you figure that out, right? I'm glad you tied all those together there, Russ. They want to keep telling us there are no Nazis there. It's just like, then why do you keep showing us Nazis? Not my fault I keep seeing them. This is really interesting to me. Not a good look for a usually media-savvy Ukraine. I think that lends to my theory here. But also, it's about optics to these people. It's not about arming Nazis. They're not worried about arming Nazis. They're just worried about the optics. Liberated. Think about how they're using the word liberated, and the people are who are doing the liberation. And again, they're not showing you the other side, which is before Ukrainians quote unquote liberated the town. The people who perhaps were concerned that they would be considered to be, I don't know, sympathetic to Russia in any way. They had to leave town. They had to up and fucking leave town because they were scared of being murdered, like has happened, allegedly, in other towns. Then we got people in my chat yesterday saying, oh, this is great news, because their friend is happy. It's astounding that this causes political rifts, but then again, they were liberals all along. Yeah, it's just sort of mask off at this point for these people. I'm happy I came down on the right side of this one, but, you know, what are you going to do, you know? Dialectical materialism is a hell of a drug. As are drugs. Drugs are a hell of a drug. Hey chat, let's get some subbies going. I need to get that lineup. Come on, y'all. Who's feeling generous out there? You can support with a gift sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a free subby over here. You don't have to watch ads. I'm playing lots of ads. I know that sucks. You can support lots of different ways. Please support this stream. Help me keep this alive. Line's going way down right now. Line's way down. Speaking about mask off, I saw a good thread about Vaush being a fake leftist. He's not a leftist. He's not a leftist. And yes, anyone who's convinced he's a leftist, I think was maybe confused like I was for some time. I'm like, well, I guess he's sort of leftist, you know? And as you start to come to understand what that means, what is it to be a leftist? Well, if you stand for neoliberalism, you sure as hell ain't a leftist. The fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
People are neoliberals.
We have basically a liberal heckler who snuck in here today.
I think you stuck in phone. Love your face. Yeah. Fuck a Vaush, dude. Okay. I think this is what happened. They got banned because they said the quiet part loud. Maybe they did it on purpose. They're like, I don't care. We're going to show them. Nays. Love your face, homie. Mildred Seashells got one. Katrina Kaiju got one. Thank you, folks. Love to see that. Getting it going. One more gets a hype train. I haven't had a hype train in, like, years. It's been, like, 3 years. 3 or 4 years. So a third person, it's got to be a third person. It's just how it goes. Do you think my analysis is wrong? They were stripped of their access because they said the quiet part loud. There's no other reason for it. At least 6 journalists working with film crews, including CNN and Sky News, have had their work permits revoked. Yeah, you're supposed to edit that out. Don't you know that, guys? Jeremiah. Thank you, homie. And that's a gift. That's a hype train. Oh, it says it's close. Yo, that's 3, though. I don't know what to say, chat. Ross with the 5 bomb. And that's a hype train. That's a hype train right there. You'll love to see it. You love it. I think we're going to go ahead and pause. And enjoy the Home Depot hype train. Brought to you by Menards and Ace Hardware. I'm not lying. Yeah. Ace. 100 gift subs. Ace. Ace is the place of your face. And that cute butt. It's really cute. Don't beat yourself up. Oh my god, my coffee. Yeah. Let's go. Here we go. In your face. At your place. I can't rhyme. Like, I'm not a rapper or anything. Let's go. Yeah. Level 3. Level 3. Hype train. Can you do it? I'm gonna hit this weed. While we're here, I'm gonna hit the weed.
Of the Islamic Union of Mujahideen of Afghanistan and other members of this distinguished delegation.
It's false. No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time. No.
The Holodomor was not real.
Not a bit of good. Not a bit. I put a stake through her hand and garlic around her neck to make sure she never come back.
Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too. We do it because it's right.
Mediocre. Mediocre.
With the cocks touching.
Go fuck yourself, you cunt.
Get the fuck out of here. Hang on a minute, it's not your country, Joe. You doddering old fool. No collusion, no obstruction. He's a leaker.
We have basically a liberal heckler who snuck in here today.
What the f is Twitch?
Bing bang.
We do it because it's right.
I love the dialect.
There were other unintended consequences, as we know.
DD mega doo-doo. I'm sorry.
We're out there zapping rats and roaches and making sure your kids don't drink piss from no fucking water fountains.
You're a blanket.
Well, the struggle continues. The struggle continues.
We got more?
This is the I, Dan Simpson Show.
Welcome. Goodbye.
Staroki. Let's go. Thank you, homies. Thank you, Jeremiah. All right. That's got to. That's the Home Depot hype train.
I'm a billionaire.
You are.
I'm a multi-millionaire.
You're encouraged to keep going here. What do we just do? What do we do? We got. It's a jam. I cannot lie. It is a jam. What level are we at? Doesn't say on my screen yet.
Level 4 complete.
You love to see it. Thank you so much. I haven't had a hype train in a long time.
We're on to level 5. Can you do it? Working on level 5.
Yeah. I don't know. Thank you so much, y'all. The support really does mean a lot. I like to stream. I like to make content. And I've been just loving the live stream.
Multi-kill.
Yeah. You know.
Combo breaker.
Oh, no, don't be a... I don't want that. Sorry. Got ahead of myself there. Okay. Well, again, chat, really do appreciate the support. This is sick. Y'all are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Nice.
You're based. You're good. Again, I cannot do this kind of content without your support, and it does mean so much to me. Thank you all for helping out. You know, if you're able to support, you know, make sure first you check in with yourself. Make sure you're doing okay. You're taking care of yourself and your community. If it's still within your means, you're encouraged to support. A lot of different ways to support the stream. It all does mean a ton to me. Let's go. Okay. Yeah. So I guess I'm gonna get back to the story. But you're encouraged to continue the hype train. Let's fucking go. That's awesome. So back to this. Is my analysis inaccurate or what? What else is going on here? The London Telegraph podcast discussed this at length. Do I want to go down this rabbit hole? I guess I'd like to know. What the fuck is going on? Ross, that was your take? Or no? I was sort of trying to read between the lines there, and I'm not sure. That's what you're saying here, right? All right. I don't even know what's going on here. So, Judas, the video of this... There's some journalists from CNN and Sky News, video crew, I believe, and others maybe, stripped of accreditation for reporting from Kherson. They're not allowed to report, I guess, there from anymore? Media reps, without the consent of the relevant commanders and public relations services of military units, carried out information activities in Kherson. What the fuck does that even mean? Do you see the Kherson pics of people tied to poles suspected of being Russian sympathizers? Yeah, how about the video from Kupiansk? Or I think perhaps what we learn about Bucha could one day be very mind-blowing for people. Could be mind-blowing. Okay. But this is the thing. Fog of war. We don't know. But sometimes we do know because they show us a video. And that's what they did here. And they showed us a video of these guys waving this Schwarze Sonne flag with this other Nazi iconography. It's Nazis all the way down. Okay? So I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. CNN is... yeah, they're clearly working for Putin to spread disinformation. Have had their work permits revoked. 6 journalists with film crews. Is this in English here? Okay. A post appeared on the official Facebook page of the General Staff of the Armed Forces saying that a number of media reps who have broken the rules on working in the area of hostilities have had their work permits revoked. Do we know whether or not they're the people who took this video or not? Are we jumping to conclusions here? Seems to be the case. Thanks again for the hype train. Love your face. Level 4. Let's go. It's wonderful. Okay, I'm reading the same thing over. The ban exists for everyone? You're not supposed to be working in Kherson due to the danger. All right. So the other angle is that Western media is like, okay, we need someone to fall on their sword to go get this video of Ukrainian soldiers liberating Kherson. Do you see how this works? They're like, all right, they did it. We can just have these people fired. This doesn't change anything for the West. It's not like they're not going to be able to get coverage where they want to get it. This doesn't, right? So that's another angle there. It's like they're not, or they're not obeying their Ukrainian military handlers. Yeah, they're like, you're not supposed to show the Nazi stuff. We established this, which tracks with what we've been experiencing because at the beginning of the war, there were tons of these Nazi patches and tattoos. It's almost as if they gave them like a file with all of the patches and stuff and said, don't show any pictures or videos of these guys or you'll be revoked, you know? So there's a couple different angles here, right? Yeah, this. Yeah, this, Jeff.
Earlier this week.
I'm gonna mute it, but yeah, this. This guy does a Nazi salute. They show the other. But are these... But the question is, are these the crews that were fired? I don't know. We don't know. We don't know, right? People are going to be like, well, he used his left hand. It's not really a Nazi salute. Bum, bum, bum. That is just not good. So, I don't know. It's hard to tell what's going on, but either way, it's not good. The like both scenarios we can think of here. Not pretty. In the sense that they're arming Nazis and celebrating Nazis. One way or another. Okay. Oh God, dude. None of it's going to stop the U.S. from giving them more guns. So here... Oh, I think I'm about to be triggered. I feel like I'm about to be triggered. Here comes the fucking nightmare. Sam Cedar, who thought the invasion, the UN bombing of Libya was a justified exercise because of the potential genocide. Okay? That's what he thought at the time. He's had guests on doing what I would call forms of Nazi apologia in the sense that they're minimizing the problem of Nazis in Ukraine. I've heard at least 2 people on their show and they got no pushback from Sam. And almost, I think the first time it was I want to say Anna? God dang it. I always forget her name. She fucking... What is her name? I'm sorry, homies. Emma. My God. Emma was just very much, I don't know. Sort of MCU brain, pro-Ukraine, right? Okay. So, and then she wasn't on the second piece that I saw. So this will be the third. I don't usually watch their stuff. These are the people that would have been mad at me if I called it a proxy war at the beginning of the war, yeah. I could be wrong about that. It's not a proxy war. LOL, yeah, Ukraine loves us trans folks so much it refused to allow trans women to leave the country and conscripted them as men under their dead names. Yeah. And then they're like, well, Russia's not that much better. And it's just like, well, neither have earned... Neither should be getting UN weapons. We shouldn't be arming either side or supporting either side here. We shouldn't have been escalating it this entire time. We shouldn't have been supporting this one side and then, like, framing it like they're the good country They did, you know, nothing's been good. They weren't doing anything the last 8 years. And then big bad Russia just wakes up one day and just chooses violence. And it's just like, that's the framing of this. And they're not helping their audience understand. So this has been, we'll see. I'm afraid I'm going to get fucking triggered over here. So I'm just going to try to stay chill. Because I just hate this content. I'm almost certain this is not going to be good. Here we go.
Calling because I'm sorry. This is Chuck Poi from Louisville, Kentucky. I'm just calling because I have a question in regards to Ukraine. I know you talk about it a lot lately, and essentially, I was just wondering, like,
here we go.
All these weapons that we are sending over to Ukraine. There's a risk that a lot of these are going over to the Azov Battalion and certain radicalist groups over there. I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that, if we were creating a new, like, Mujahideen, Taliban kind of situation in Ukraine, possibly in the future.
I mean, I would imagine that the weapons are going to all of the military there, but no. Do I think that we're creating some type of, like, I mean, none of these groups have a history, in my estimation, of like, you know, international terror. No, I think that is, like, honestly, I mean, look, you're flooding.
What? What? Slow down.
Estimation of like, you know,
check this out.
International terror. No, I think
military
there, but no. Do I think that we're creating some type of, like, I mean, none of these groups have a history, in my estimation, of like, you know, international terror. No,
okay. Oh my God, homie, the main. Okay, this is a proxy, Sam, this is a proxy war, okay? The United States is very much involved in international terror, and they have been the last 8 years in Donbass, okay? Maybe you're not estimating very good, homie. Yo, okay, are you literally going to be like, hey, these guys with the Nazi tattoos, we don't think they're involved in terror? Like, are you gonna ask the Roma in the pogroms? Are you gonna ask the trans women being forced to be conscripted in Ukraine and dead named? Homie, what are you doing right now? I think you know what you're doing, and I think that's even more dangerous. And you're just doing this little quiet voice little thing, and I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. You don't deserve my energy. I'm not going to give it to you. Azov Battalion has ties to the Georgian National Legion, Turkish Grey Wolves, ETIM, and have served as trainers for violent white nationalists in the U.S. Some of those who attended Charlottesville and J6. This is journalistic malpractice. Look into Gladio B, Pan-Turkism, and what some of these groups are doing in Syria. I'm really trying my best not to let this guy get under my skin, because I just think this is on purpose or something. In this, like, weird way. It's been estimated there are thousands, we don't know how many, Grey Wolves. Paramilitary death squad, homie. Historic stuff. You need to know about these things. Your audience is totally going to be misled, misinformed, if they don't have this kind of knowledge. And it's almost as if Sam Cedar's doing this intentionally.
I think that is, like, honestly, I mean, look, you're flooding a country with weapons. I think that's going to be an issue after the fact. But do I think
not during the fact? It's not an issue during the fact. You can't imagine it's been an issue the last 8 years. Yeah, Yoshi, it's okay. You're such a little baby. It's not. He thinks it's not been an issue the last 8 years. We have no idea how many are dead over there. What? I heard some random ass figure, 100,000 on each side. I don't even know. But if that's true, that is so many fucking people, dude. What do you mean? There's no problem during the fact. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What the fuck are you talking about?
I think that they're going to start to be like they're going to be their own separatist organization. No.
We should be helping Ukraine.
We had an expert on at the beginning of this conflict who addressed sort of like that Azov battalion. And look.
What?
We had an expert on at the beginning of this conflict who
I think I mentioned this,
addressed sort of like that Azov battalion. And
again, they're just making it about the Azov battalion as if there aren't a bunch of Nazis all over Ukraine. As if the guys with the Nazi tattoos, they're like, well, we all have to join the Azov battalion because Sam Cedar's going to have this talking point down the road.
I mean, like...
Oh my God, I cannot believe I'm letting this... I cannot let this work me up, dude.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a military where there aren't, like, fascistic elements within a military, regardless of what country it is.
That's such a dumb talking point. I've heard it so many times.
I mean, you really, like, you know, like, we've got those
problems. They're pulling out all the stops. These are their best arguments? Sam, that's one of your best arguments? You're going to bring that up? Are you kidding me?
You know, the Christian theocratic fundamentalist problem that we have in the U.S. military, I think.
Yeah, should we stop arming them? Shouldn't we stop arming them, Sam?
Is massive.
Okay, should we keep arming them, Sam? He's so close yet so far, isn't he?
It is widespread. And so, you know.
Exactly, Sam.
I think that, like, honestly think that the sort of like the focus on that battalion to whatever extent.
It's not just that battalion, Sam.
They are, praising of Nazis.
Yo, there's video of like other groups that are not the Azov group that are just regular ass Ukrainian soldiers praising these guys, singing songs about Bandera. Homie, it's not just the Azov. Stop it. Sam, I'm going to say this. By minimizing the problem of far-right fascists and Nazis in Ukraine, you're doing a form of Nazi apologia.
I think is really overblown.
It's a great point, and like I also just feel like there is like the battalion element. It makes it sound more concrete than it actually is. Like there are, it's like with cops as well. You're always going to find people drawn to authoritarian or like fascist type stuff when they're just frankly in that environment, and sometimes it draws those kind.
I was just, I understand what you guys are saying. I just brought that question up simply because I saw like a report from CNBC, I believe, that said like,
my mind is blown over here. These people,
30% of weapons were actually making it to the military. They withdrew that number, but even if that number is even a fraction of that percentage. That's, I mean, we're still.
Whenever we sell weapons, they end up going everywhere. I mean, that's part of.
Sam. Yes.
The reason why, in general, you know, like, you don't want to sell. You don't want to. Weapons manufacturers are just they're pumping stuff out the door. Of course.
How can he be so close yet so far?
But the idea that like
my mind is blown. I'm just like I think that he makes this content sometimes as tailor-made for me just to get me mad. This is one of these takes that's off the charts.
You know, every adult male over what age, is 18, 17 in Ukraine has been basically told, get a gun. The country is being invaded. Yeah. The entire country is being invaded.
You want to start nationalism, invade a country.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt.
What was that take?
The country is being invaded. Yeah. The entire country is being invaded.
You want to start
nationalism.
Invade a country.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt. But no matter how you slice it, once Russia decided to invade Ukraine, a lot of this stuff was sort of inevitable. It was just going to be a question of like, how is this? I mean, can you imagine Russia if they were, let's say, successful, like 2/3 successful, just in what their ambitions were of taking over Ukraine?
I can't believe this.
Think about what's going on in that situation. We're arming the resistance. The resistance is significant. We're pumping guns in there. They're willy-nilly. There's no structure to any of this. They're, cross-border, incursions into Russia and whatnot. I mean, that's the other scenario. It's not like the other scenario is like, okay, Russia invades, they take over, it's very peaceful. That's not the way it was going to work out. You know how big a battalion is, right?
No idea. No.
Okay, take a guess.
If I had to say 1,000.
Yeah, 1,000's like, I think, on the high end of a battalion. How many hundreds of thousands of people do you think are fighting in Ukraine?
Yeah, probably quite a few. I'm not saying anything about like not arming Ukraine. Just to be clear, I'm just
you're just
asking
curious.
about like.
No, I know, I got you. I'm not even arguing this with you. I mean, I'm just saying like the.
Oh my God.
This is, I think, and again, I've been quite clear that I want there to be some semblance of conditions, and I think there should be a diplomatic track that is being followed that obviously has ebbs and flows at different times based upon what's going on the ground. But I do think that like the talking point that like we're funding, 1,000 Nazis out of like, assuming like, even if I stipulate that, I think is overblown.
Well, it also is caving into what Putin has been like his propaganda effort for this war, which was that this is a denazification effort.
That's the thing. There's two reasons why.
Caving, dude. Homie, if facts interrupt your narrative, you've lost the intellectual war. If you're defending arming Nazis, you've lost the moral war. In addition to all of this, it appears as though Ukraine's lost the war. I think my cat's breaking something in the kitchen. Hold on.
Why the Azov battalion has so much prominence, and versus what Emma said, and the main one, which is that like Russia has made it a object of war propaganda and invasion propaganda. And on the flip side, as a response to that, you have people who like, especially in the media, and this is what really riles up people on the left, is when you'll see like a picture of somebody with like an Azov marking or something like that, and then it looks, and it kind of is media apologizing for like that sort of maybe like the Bandera ideology, which is grotesque, but like it's the emphasis is, like you said about the numbers, it's overemphasized because of basically countering propaganda lines.
And if we were to poll,
oh my God, dude. It's not just Azov. There's Nazi patches and tattoos everywhere. Homies. And why are they going to call it the Bandera ideology? It's Nazi the ideology. This ideology represents the Holocaust happening in Ukraine. 100,000 Poles. 50,000 Jews. What is going on, dude?
On an issue-by-issue basis,
they collaborated with the Nazis.
Some views are in, like, our military. I don't think it would be, as you said, Sam.
What's grotesque about it? It's Nazi ideology.
I'm kind of just restating it, but that different than in Ukraine. If not, like, more proportional here, because as you, like, they've had to get everybody to fight the invasion in Ukraine. It's a wider swath of people, but
yeah, but is it going to be a crap show? Yeah, but that it was a crap show the day Russia decided to invade. It's just a question of like exactly what the shape of the crap show.
Dude, this is the perfect liberal understanding of this war. It was not a crap show before then. It was not a crap show in 2014. It wasn't a crap show the 8 years after that, when 14,000 were dying in Donbass. No, it was only a crap show when they were able to blame it on Putin. Lib shit, dude.
Show is going to be. All right. Let's get to some IMs, and then we got to get out of here. Folks, that completes the call-in portion of our call. I'm sorry we didn't get to too many, but
trash.
We'll be taking plenty of calls over the next couple of days in preparation for...
Maybe Obama should call him. Maybe Marxist Obama should call him. We do it because it's right. Sam, I've been reading Marx. I want you to know something. Listen to Perenni. Have you seen his video? Sam Cedar. Michael Perenni. He's got a video. It's all yellow. Not quite sure why. Maybe someone peed on it. Work with this guy. He was peeing on everything. Then they made him president. He's always talking about corn pop. Now, Sam, listen up. Sam. Now, I'm very much involved with what happened in Ukraine. Victoria Nuland, she said, fuck the EU. And I agree. Fuck the EU. Can you say it with me, Sam? Fuck the EU. Gotta have them ribs. Sam, we do it because it's right. Now, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Am I right? Now, here's the deal, Sam. You need to listen up. And listen good. Because when I'm talking, you have to listen. I sound like I know what I'm talking about. Gotta have that oil. All right, so Sam. Now, you can't just talk about it as if everything started 2022. Sorry about that. You have to understand. Sam, you're not listening. Now, listen up, Sam. It started 8 years before that, at least. We were arming them. I think back in, checking my notes here, 2013? Is that right? Michelle, when were we giving the Nazis guns? Yeah. Ukraine. Yeah, Nazis. 2013. Okay. Now, Sam, we've been doing it. We do it because it's right. We've been doing it since 2013. What don't you get about this, Sam? It didn't begin in 2022, okay? Now, if you're scared of a dialectical material understanding, I understand that. Your audience is not prepared for that. Your sponsors, they don't want no Marxism. Now, when I was in college,
hey guys,
I studied Marxism because I wanted to hang out with girls. Sam. Okay, no. I don't think I'm going to be calling in. That's all I got. Yeah. Yeah, not those ones. The other ones. Oh, man. All right, hold on. There's something else that goes with this. Love your face. Last night at School of Visual Arts in New York City Theater, one of their special guests, Dmytro Kozatsky, gets called out for being a neo-Nazi by at least 2 people. Anticipating trouble, Doc NYC, America's largest documentary festival, scrubbed Kozatsky's name from its website and apparently prepared to shut down any dissent during the Q&A. I haven't seen this yet. You excited? I am.
Bring it to the entire world.
We thank you. Hey, I got a question. Why don't you let everybody know here that Mr. Kozatsky is an open neo-Nazi, a member of the Azov Battalion, a neo-Nazi battalion, has posted pictures with Hitler, has posted pictures of swastikas. Why don't you let him know that he has participated in the murder of children in Donbass, and that you continue to downplay the role of the far right? We are being propagandized like the Germans were in the 30s. He is a neo-Nazi, and we are celebrating neo-Nazis. Dog NYC should be ashamed of itself for platforming an open neo-Nazi.
We gotta go.
Yeah, you should be ashamed of yourself. That man is a literal neo-Nazi.
Holy shit. Get their ass. They had...
Excuse me. I oppose this war, but this guy's got a huge amount of anti-Semitic content. I've got copies here.
Excuse me.
Let's address it. Just address it.
Wow. Oh, they made a little video. All right, so that Waffen shit, that's one of the worst, homies. He's wearing the t-shirt. Oh my god, no. He's got 1488 on his shirt. He's got like pictures and shit, 1488 all over the place. What the fuck, dude? What even is that? Oh my god, dudes. He has a camp guard swastika tattoo? I don't even know that one. What the fuck is that? Is it that? Oh my god, dude. You guys. What is 1488? Alright. Have you heard of this guy right here? Alright. Now. Have you heard of Nazism? Okay, so Nazis got this phrase. It's called the 14 words. It's 14 words long. It's something, you know, Nazi shit. You know what I mean? I don't want to type it out. No one type it out in chat, okay? It's literally just 14 words long. That's all you need to know. But it's you know, you read it and you're like, okay, that's Nazi shit. And then 88 stands for Heil Hitler. Hail Hitler. As in the 8th letter of the alphabet, 88. Okay? 1488. Yeah. Yeah, the laments the white man's status. Yeah. Air quotes. Okay. So, it's just explicit Nazi shit. Totenkopf Nazi shit. I mean, Hitler. Come on. NAFO Nazi shit. Like we've been saying this entire time. Oh my god, dude. Nazi shit, dude. Oh, it's not that big of a deal. Because it's just Azov Battalion. I'm Sam Cedar. I'm a fucking nightmare. All right. I think that's it. No, I got a couple more. NAFO posting their L's. Are the Punisher skulls a Nazi symbol too? They can be. They definitely can be. It's usually fash. But the weird thing is, cops love the symbol, the Punisher skull but didn't Punisher kill cops? I don't know. It's very confusing. All right, so here's a NAFO dog posting. So I went out wearing my NAFO hoodie when two guys passing by called me NAFO bitch. Did this really happen? I turned around, raised my fist, and yelled, "Slava Ukraini, assholes!" leaving them flabbergasted. Have I just invented IRL bonking? NAFO, fellas, NAFO. We're funny, but we're no joke. and then everyone turned and clapped, and and they lifted me on their shoulders, and I got a trophy, and then they handed me a cake, and everyone said they loved me. They really love me. What don't you get about my story? Why don't you believe me? They love me. What is wrong with these people? Is this satire? Reads like a copy pasta. Slava my granny. Slava Ukraini, by the way, is a Nazi phrase. Should we be more worried about it? No, Sam. Fascists. Let me get back to this really quickly.
Yeah, I'm just.
The Majority Report asks, should we be more worried about Ukraine's Azov Battalion? No, homie, because you're libs. You don't really challenge fascism. You know? Liberal democracy is very much what the fascists are able to exploit. If you have any material understanding of history. Fascists don't really have a problem with liberal democracy. They just have a problem with people who are liberals. If you don't understand these words, it's okay. You can look them up. Should the Majority Report audience be worried about Ukraine's Azov Battalion? Well, the question is, should they be worried about fascists? And if they're not worried about fascists, then no. If they are worried about fascists, then obviously, yeah, the answer is yes. If your audience understands that we shouldn't arm fascists here in the United States, then they should understand that we shouldn't be arming them anywhere. And if you're not teaching your audience that, then you've clearly failed your audience. Okay, I think that's going to be the end of this segment, unless I got one more thing. Yeah, I got some analysis here.
The U.S. is world history's deadliest empire. Russia has no plans to replace the U.S. as global hegemon. Russia's whole policy is that there should be no lawless global hegemon. That's why the U.S. decided to weaponize Ukraine against Russia, most notably with the 2014 Maidan coup. Ukraine to Russia is not like Iraq was to the U.S. in 2003. It is not a country on the other side of the world with an astounding amount of resource wealth. There is no resource wealth in Ukraine that could possibly offset the economic costs of this war for Russia. Over several years, the U.S. spent billions trying to install a pro-U.S., anti-Russian regime in Kiev. It wasn't enough to succeed electorally, but it was enough to be able to mobilize massive protests in Kiev to try and stop the president from signing a good deal with Russia. All indications are that, in classic CIA fashion, anti-government forces, including Nazis, killed some of the anti-government protesters to delegitimize the president and eventually oust him in a coup. He had already agreed to early elections. People denounce Russia for violating Ukrainian sovereignty in the UN Charter, but the Maidan coup was also an obvious violation as well. The legitimacy of the Maidan regime's claim to sovereignty is dubious.
Maidan.
Why did the U.S. invade Afghanistan and Iraq, destroy Libya, wage a dirty war in Syria, with invasion and ongoing plunder?
If you didn't oppose these wars at that time, you don't really have much of a standing to support this war at this time, do you?
And stage the Maidan coup? Because the U.S. wants to hold on to its status as lawless global hegemon forever. They state it explicitly, full-spectrum dominance. U.S. was especially angry with Russia for supporting Syria when the U.S. was waging McJihad against the country.
McJihad?
It's all the same conflict. The Cold War never really ended. Shock therapy in the 1990s was economic war against Russia. Bush's 9/11 wars and Obama's Arab Spring wars were all about cementing U.S. dominance over the Middle East before any Eurasian bloc could take shape. The Cold War itself was a mythical cover story for the U.S. crusade to take over the world as hegemon of global capitalism. The U.S. took the world stage in World War II with the intention of establishing global imperium. Since then, the U.S. has waged hybrid war on the world. Today, Russia believes it is fighting for the survival of the Russian nation-state. U.S. rulers are fighting for the survival of the U.S. empire. This is why the U.S. would spend billions and risk doomsday for Ukraine. I don't think the Maidan regime is worth risking doomsday over, but I am not a member of world history's richest and most powerful imperial oligarchy.
Okay, so that was Aaron Good from American Exception, with I think some analysis there. Any other takes? Like what other analysis is the Majority Report audience missing? If they'd watch that video. I don't know why I'm disappointed by what I see over there. It's like, why do I expect anything else? But it's just like, it's just so blatantly bad. The Majority Report. One step up from the Young Turks. That is not very good. It's not very good when the Young Turks is making it clear that they're willing to be right-wingers. Well, neoliberalism and neoconservatism is a right-wing ideology. Supporting U.S. interventionism is central to neoconservatism. So it's like the Majority Report. They're all just neoconservative or neoconservative adjacent at best. Young Turks are right-leaning. They're cop bootlickers. But what these channels do, is they always talk about far right-wingers here in the United States, and it makes it easy to position themselves as just, or as to the left of all those people. But all of those people, including these people, are supportive of U.S. interventions. Sometimes they pick and choose. Sometimes they're not. But Sam, I know, was supportive of Libya. That's one of the easier ones to be able to be like, no, U.S. should not be involved in this. They should get the fuck out of Libya. Like always, they should stop fucking around. Because people in the countries where they're fucking around are going to be the ones that find out. Just like what's happening in Ukraine. How do they not see this pattern? They have to be stupid or intentionally stupid to miss this. And that's what I'm getting at. Okay? I think we've talked about Ukraine today. We're going to move on to another topic. I'm going to take a short break. But what are we talking about next? I don't know. That might be the news for the day. Let me know if there's anything else on your radar. I'll check out what's on your radar. Okay? I'll go to the Discord. On your radar. All right, taking a short break. If I can run the ad, I'm going to run the ad now so we don't have to watch it later. Here goes. I'm going to play some Perenni. Everyone can always watch some Perenni. It's good for you.
It dwarfed the civil rights movement. It dwarfed the union movements and struggles in the 30s. And the sheer numbers of people who signed up, who marched, who demonstrated, who wrote letters, who pledged for nuclear freeze. It was a mass movement. And the Reagan administration simply ignored the whole thing. Didn't exist. Wouldn't hear of it. Wouldn't consider it. It didn't fit into their very rational plans of a different kind of world. The Soviet Union has called for the reduction of ICBMs. The Reagan administration refused to negotiate it, or totally ignored that offer in 1982, and ignored it again when, more dramatically, Gorbachev came up and said, let's not negotiate it, but let me give you numbers. A 50% cut, both of us, right off the top. Let's start. with total on-site inspection. By the way, another change in Soviet policy. Total, complete on-site inspection under any conditions you want. Come on in, look anywhere you want about this sort of thing. And the U.S., again, won't take yes for an answer. Ronald Reagan won't. The Soviet Union had a unilateral and observed and still observing unilateral moratorium on anti-satellite weapon testing. The Soviet Union called for last year cuts in conventional forces, again, NATO and Warsaw. The Soviet Union unilaterally observed a moratorium on underground nuclear testing and has called for a total ban of all nuclear testing, because Gorbachev knows that if you stop nuclear testing, that's the end of the development of nuclear weapons. You can't develop nuclear weapons if you can't test anymore. And Reagan knows that also, and so he's ignored the proposal. The Soviets unilaterally, last year, as you know, said we will not test for the rest of this year. And the Reagan administration said, oh, that's because they do all their testing early in the year, and they've got them all done already, but we still have a few tests. Okay, maybe that's it. So do all your tests, catch up, and when it comes December 31st, you say to them, we're going to observe it too. Didn't do that. January 1st came, and Gorbachev said, we will extend that moratorium several more months. And the U.S. said, oh, they extended because they don't test in the cold months, January, February, March. They don't test then. Although they supposedly do all their testing in the early part of the year. I don't understand that one. And then when they extended the moratorium yet a bit further, the argument was, this is a propaganda ploy. They're trying to appeal to the American people. And we, in order to reach the ultimate point of getting rid of nuclear weapons, will have to continue testing right now. And what was a masterful phrase of double-think. I mean, that was an actual quote. I wish I had it. I couldn't find it in my materials on the plane. What I'm arguing here, ladies and gentlemen, is that U.S. foreign policy is not foolish, it's not stupid, it's quite rational. When someone says, what are we doing? We're opposing guerrillas in El Salvador and we're supporting guerrillas in Nicaragua. That's quite rational. Because the guerrillas in El Salvador want to change the social order, and the so-called guerrillas, they're not guerrillas, they don't live with the people and build their base in the country. The mercenaries and contras who are attacking Nicaragua want to bring back the old order. There's a very rational system. They're not foolish, they're not confused, they know what they're doing. It is to defend the class order, to make the world safe for hypocrisy. Star Wars, besides being that defense, that first strike shield, people say it's too expensive. What are you talking about? It's too expensive. That's one of its attractions. It's going to cost $1 trillion. It'll cost more than the entire New Deal WPA program and the Manhattan Project, which gave us the atomic bomb, and the Eisenhower Highway Project. Put all of them together, and the building of the railroads, put all of them together, they won't cost as much as Star Wars. $1 trillion is for the first stage. They think the first stage. That's what the boys like who have these defense contracts. That's what they love. They see dollar bills.
Pausing you there. Okay. On your radar. New Atlas.
Today is November 14th, 2022. I want to talk about Russia's military operations in and around Ukraine.
All right.
I want to start by taking a look at the map. As always, this is liveuamap.com. It is very pro-Ukrainian, so keep that in mind as we look at the map. So if we start down here around Kherson, Russia had completed its withdrawal from the city on the west bank of the Dnieper River. They have now taken up defensive positions on the east bank. They blew all of the bridges along the Dnieper River. Ukraine has, brought troops into Kherson City in small numbers, as far as I can tell, for photo ops. for PR. But as far as moving in large numbers of troops or getting anything going in Kherson City, that is another story. But I'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's continue looking at the map. If we go eastward toward Vuhledar, where Russian forces are pushing. The map still is not showing Pavlivka, they call it Pavlovka in Russian. They still have not shown that taken by Russian forces, but they indicate that fighting is still taking place around both Pavlovka and Vuhledar. Around Donetsk City, again, they're not showing the gains that Russia is making, but they are indicating that fighting is taking place. And as a matter of fact, every time you see these rifles outside of this Russian-held territory, everything in red, that indicates that even this pro-Ukrainian map admits that Russian forces are on the offensive. It's the same story around Bakhmut, an essential city along one of the last remaining heavily defended lines Ukraine has in the east. And as a matter of fact, the same goes for all the way up through Kharkov and Lugansk, all the way up to the border of what had been the border between the Donbas region and Russia. So this is Russia withdrawing from Kherson City while Ukrainian forces were many kilometers away. They coming into this area only long after Russian forces had completely left to the other side of the Dnieper River. So was that really them liberating the territory or them filtering into territory that Russia itself left? That's what that was. And it is really the same situation we saw in Kharkov, only this was much better organized and there were far fewer losses, no losses essentially on Russia's part this time, leaving Kherson. Now, while I still have the map out, I want to talk about a very good question that I keep hearing asked. It's a question that I myself have wondered about. I don't have access to the Russian General Staff or Russian President Vladimir Putin, so I really can't say for sure. But let's look at the map. And the question is, how come Russia hasn't destroyed the bridges across the Dnieper River? So the Dnieper River goes through past Kiev all the way down, kind of the sort of, not really the middle, but maybe 2/3 of Ukraine, and then it curves around and leaves out through Kherson. So why hasn't Russia just destroyed all of the bridges, especially in this area, the northern, central and northern Ukraine? Wouldn't that cut supplies off to Ukrainian forces on this eastern part of Ukraine and allow Russian forces to take all of this territory, just decimate these forces and take this territory? And it's a good question, because if they did that would definitely be the results. Let's assume that Russia can just very easily destroy these bridges anytime that they want. Why wouldn't they be doing that right now? I want to remind people that on February 24th, 2022, Russian President Vladimir Putin said that the objectives of the special military operation were demilitarization, denazification, and protecting the Donbas region. Demilitarization, if you interpret that as meaning demilitarizing Ukraine, eliminating Ukraine's military forces, then the smartest thing to do would actually be to leave those bridges intact. Let's look at the map here. Zoom out a little. This is all of Ukraine, and Ukraine's weapons and supplies and virtually everything that it is using in this fight is coming in from Poland, along the Polish-Ukrainian border, all the way in the west. When they get into, say, M777 howitzer, they have to transport it across the entire country to the front line here. Now they have to transport it even further because Russia withdrew from Kherson City. If it breaks down, it has to travel all the way back to the border with Poland, actually go to Poland, because that's where Western technicians have set up workshops to repair all of the equipment the West is sending Ukraine. It's actually all fixed in Poland, because if they set up a shop in Ukraine, Russia would destroy it. They actually have been destroying maintenance facilities all across Ukraine, forcing Ukraine to fix all of their heavy weapons in Poland. Now, when it's done being repaired, guess what it has to do? It has to travel all the way back across all of Ukraine to get back to the front line. Now, if this is a war of attrition, the best way to exhaust your enemy the fastest would be to ensure that their logistical lines were the absolute longest they could possibly be, and yours as short as possible. And if Russia needs to send something back to what had been Russian territory at the beginning of this conflict, it's right there. Russia is right there. They really don't have to do that much traveling at all. And they have air defense systems that can protect maintenance facilities that are actually in this territory, the Donbas region. So they don't have that same problem. Ukraine does.
Not a lot of home field advantage then.
They have to travel across the entire country to get to the front line and then back and forth again to do repairs. So that is taxing Ukraine in many ways. It means a much larger demand for trucks to move everything around, and trains as well. It also means fuel in that case. And it also means the equipment is off the front line for much longer than if the supply lines were shorter. If you took out those bridges along the Dnieper River, Ukrainian heavy weapons would have to travel far less distance to get to wherever the front line would be at that point. Now, that would be great if all Russia wanted to do is take over the east bank, everything on the east bank of the Dnieper River. That would be great. But if that is not their plan, if their plan is to actually eliminate Ukraine's entire military, to ensure it is completely destroyed, and this entity that is Ukraine from 2014 to today is eliminated, they have to expend absolutely everything. And that is what they're doing right now. That is what they're doing. And the lines of communication are so much longer for Ukraine than for Russia at this point. Destroying the bridge would actually, in this sense, be kind of giving Ukraine a break. Now, if Russia can destroy these bridges at any time of their choosing, I don't know what the actual reason is for them not doing so, but I speculate that this could be a good reason they might not be doing this. And this brings me to the main topic that I actually want to talk about today, and that is attrition. This is a war of attrition. I talked about how Russian President Vladimir Putin talked about demilitarization. This is one of the three main objectives of the special military operation. So if it's attrition, then that is the goal. That's how you measure success. If it is a war of attrition, you measure success in how much equipment and men Ukraine is losing versus how much Russia is losing. And if Russia is losing far fewer than Ukraine, and they're destroying Ukrainian equipment and eliminating Ukrainian troops faster than they can be replaced, that is how you win a war of attrition. I want to bring your attention to this Washington Post article here. It's a very interesting story from November 7th, 2022. Russia's heavy casualties in Ukraine sparked outcry and rare official response. The article claims steep Russian casualties in key battles in eastern Ukraine have prompted an unusual public outcry and sharp criticism of military commanders by surviving soldiers and family members of recently conscripted fighters who say their units were led to slaughter in poorly planned operations. Now, all of this is based on an alleged letter written by members of the military unit supposedly involved in all of this. I didn't see any evidence to substantiate the veracity of this letter. I don't know if this letter has been verified. And the Russian government has actually come out and denied that this is the case. They said that there were losses, but not anywhere near what was indicated by this letter floating around. The Washington Post also claims on Sunday, pro-Kremlin military correspondents posted the text of a letter sent by members of the 155th Brigade, which is normally based in Russia's Far East, decrying the order that sent them into what they called an incomprehensible offensive in the village of Pavlivka or Pavlovka, in Ukraine's Donetsk region. As a result of the carefully planned offensive by the great generals, we lost about 300 people killed, wounded, and missing, as well as half the equipment in 4 days, the letter said. Whether this letter is true or not, I'm going to, for the sake of argument, assume that it is true. And I'm going to assume that 300, they're saying 300 people killed, wounded, and missing. I'm going to assume that all 300 died. The absolute worst case scenario. And that is over the course of 4 days. That means 75 people, 75 Russian troops died per day. And this is what the Washington Post is claiming for Russia, is heavy casualties. Now, I want you to compare that with this BBC article here. This is from June. Ukrainian casualties. Kiev losing up to 200 troops a day. Zelensky aide. It says a senior Ukrainian presidential aide has told the BBC that between 100 and 200 Ukrainian troops are being killed on the front line every day. And that was before Ukraine began these suicidal offensive operations. Since the offensives began, Ukraine could be losing anywhere between 300 to 900 on a normal day. That is how many men are dead every single day. Compare that to 75 men. And remember that the Washington Post is claiming 300 casualties, not 300 dead, but for argument's sake, I'm saying 300 dead over 4 days, 75 men dead every single day. And that is what the Washington Post is considering heavy casualties for Russia, which means on a normal day, they lose even fewer than that. So the real story here is how even on Russia's worst day, they're losing far fewer troops than Ukraine loses day to day, by their own admission. Far fewer. And if this is a war of attrition, that means that even on Russia's worst day, they're still winning this war of attrition. I want to point something else out too. They're claiming heavy losses for Russia would be 75 a day. And again, I'm increasing the number of assumed dead to I'm assuming all 300 died, and this is what the Washington Post is claiming is heavy casualties. If they lost 75 men every single day for an entire year, they would have somewhere around 27,000 dead over an entire year. So that brings us back to this number we always hear floating around the Western media, 80,000 Russian troops dead. U.S. General Mark Milley has claimed around 100,000 dead Russian troops. Where are they getting this number? Where are they getting this number? How do they break this number down and account for this many lost Russian soldiers? If the Washington Post now is claiming 75, not even dead, just casualties in general, that is heavy losses for Russia. Where are they getting this much bigger number? And I think you can see how when they actually do look into the details of the fighting, it does not substantiate 80,000 or 100,000. It is far, far fewer. And the Russian Ministry of Defense, even though obviously you have to be careful believing anything they say, they've come out with numbers that are much more reasonable regarding their own losses and Ukraine's losses. Now, the Washington Post actually ends the article talking about a completely different topic. So this is what the Washington Post says. It says, for Ukraine, the approaching cold winter will be increasingly difficult to brace after weeks of Russia attacks on the country's energy infrastructure. In Kiev, the capital, Monday passed in relative quiet without air raid sirens or damage from Russian missiles. A welcome change for residents who have grown used to Monday morning strikes over the past month. But the attacks have forced authorities to plan blackouts around the capital and in other parts of the country to relieve the strain on the energy grid, and millions in the capital and its vicinity were without power overnight. So the Washington Post is talking about, number one, how Russia is losing far fewer troops than Ukraine is, and they're talking about how even on days they don't strike at Ukraine's power grid, it is so badly damaged that they're still without power. And this is something that Russia is only going to continue doing. So that is the situation for Kiev. They don't even have electricity in Kiev. Now, let's take a look at this article from Reuters. Ukraine's Kherson races to restore power, water after retreat. Okay, this is what Reuters says. Utility companies in Kherson were working to restore critical infrastructure mined by fleeing Russian forces, with most homes in the southern Ukrainian city still without electricity and water, regional officials said on Sunday. It also says the head of Ukrainian State Railways said train service to Kherson was expected to resume this week. Another regional official said, however, that while mine clearance was underway and authorities were working to restore critical services in humanitarian terms, the situation in the city remains very difficult. Most houses have no electricity, no water, and problems with gas supplies. Do you think that that is actually going to happen? That somehow Ukraine is going to manage to get electricity working in Kherson, even when in Kiev there's no electricity? It just, again, does not add up. So actually, when you really think about it, with all of the problems Ukraine has with its infrastructure, the last thing they needed was to get a whole nother city to be responsible for, to stretch out what little resources they have left even further, to restore utilities in Kherson when they are struggling to do so in the capital, Kiev. Now, I want to go all the way back to February 24th, and I want to actually, this is from Bloomberg transcript, Vladimir Putin's televised address on Ukraine, February 24th, 2022. And I just want to really drive this point home. This is what it says. The purpose of this operation is to protect people who for 8 years now have been facing humiliation and genocide perpetuated by the Kiev regime. To this end, we will seek to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine, as well as to bring to trial those who perpetrated numerous bloody crimes against civilians, including against citizens of the Russian Federation. It is not our plan to occupy the Ukrainian territory. We do not intend to impose anything on anyone by force. If you take that at face value, we're talking about a war of attrition. We're talking about destroying armies, not conquering territory. I believe that there was a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C, and many plans. When you plan a military operation on this scale, you have to have multiple contingencies, and each contingency has a different probability of success. So maybe plan A was to storm into Ukraine and collapse the government overnight. That clearly didn't work, but it was also abundantly clear that Russia had a backup plan. The Pentagon itself, all throughout this conflict, admits that Russia accumulated huge amounts of military power along the Russian-Ukrainian border. They have the ability to carry on intense military operations for months, if not longer. This is what the Pentagon itself conceded. When asked by journalists, how long can Russia keep this up for? Actually, they can keep it up for a very long time because their contingency was extremely intense, protracted combat. That's what we see taking place right now. We need to also put this all in perspective. Russia's military operations in Ukraine are the largest military operations, modern military operations of the 21st century. Ukraine is physically larger than Iraq, the population larger, its military larger and better equipped and backed by many more allies than Iraq was in 2003 when the US invaded. It is by far the largest modern military operation this century, the 21st century. I think people need to keep that in mind when they're looking at what's going on, and to kind of temper their expectations of what can and cannot happen, and in terms of time frames. I have not seen anywhere in the Russian Federation's history any military operation that was done quickly. The Second Chechen War, the military operation did take less than a year. But there was this protracted counterinsurgency campaign that lasted years. Russia's military intervention in Syria in 2015, that is still going on to this day. And if you followed Russian military operations in Syria closely, day by day, like I did, then you would have seen these ups and downs as Russia carried out that operation. And that was against a militant force that often was infighting against itself. There was no centralized standing national army that Russian and Syrian forces were fighting against. It was all of these small militant groups, and this conflict still grinded on and on and on. But Russia was successful. They successfully helped Syrian forces take back almost all of their major population centers. The United States is occupying eastern Syria, and until they give up there, that's going to remain that way because Russia does not want to fight a conflict directly with the United States. But other than that, everything else, Russia has helped Syria to take back. It was a success. The military intervention was a success. It was meant to prevent the United States from successfully overthrowing the government in Syria. And that's what happened. So if you take these points of references, the Second Chechen War, the Russian military intervention in Syria from 2015 onward, if you understand that even these much smaller operations took a very long time to implement, they had their ups and downs, and then when you look at what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now, the way that it's going right now, you understand that it's not only possible but probable Russia will succeed. And the only way that you could start having real doubts is if Russia starts losing as many troops and as much equipment as Ukraine is losing, or more, or if the United States and its allies are able to, train and produce more troops and equipment than Russia is able to remove from the battlefield. If that starts to happen, then Russia is in real trouble. They will begin losing this conflict. And if they don't do anything to change it, they will actually fail in this conflict. And I will be the first person to point that out when it starts happening. But when the Washington Post thinks, aha, we got Russia, look at these heavy losses, and the best they can do is 300 casualties, not 300 dead, 300 casualties over 4 days, when Ukraine is losing as many men dead in a single day, that is an indicator that even on Russia's worst day, they are still by far coming out on top in this war of attrition. This is what successful demilitarization looks like. This is what a successful war of attrition looks like. We have people looking at the map, looking at the lines changing on the map, and they're panicking, they're becoming hysterical. They're forgetting that from the very first day this operation was launched, the first objective mentioned was demilitarization. Demilitarization means demilitarizing Ukraine. It does not mean taking Ukrainian territory and holding it at all costs. It means doing whatever you have to do to stretch the army out as far as possible, pressure it as much as possible, and incrementally destroy it. This is exactly what Russia is doing. And until something else happens, or until the Russian government indicates otherwise, as far as I can tell, this war of attrition is going exactly the way Russia wants it. Now, does that mean that Kharkov and Kherson, these were optimal outcomes for Russia? No, nothing goes perfectly in any military campaign. Look again at the Russian intervention in Syria. They took Palmyra back. This is northeast of Damascus, kind of right in the middle of Syria. They took this city back. They lost it to ISIS. Then they took it back again. They didn't want to do this seesawing back and forth, but that was just the nature of the combat. Taking back Aleppo was a very protracted process. There were different points in time where it looked like it was going really bad for Russian-backed Syrian forces. But at the end of the day, they took the city back, and they're rebuilding it now. You have to think in 4 dimensions, not just in the 3 dimensions of the here and now. You have to think over time. You have to try to figure out what the vector sum of all of this fighting is. And if Russian President Vladimir Putin said demilitarization on day 1, and that is what we see taking place in Ukraine, we see these concessions of territory, Kharkov, Kherson, but the demilitarization is still taking place. Actually, during these offenses of Ukraine, it accelerated. We have to keep all of that in mind. And I have used this analogy before. It's like watching a sporting event and wondering why the team will not do a slam dunk? Why won't they do a slam dunk? Why won't they try to shoot for the three-pointer? Why won't they do that? But because they're not playing basketball, they're playing football. That's why they're kicking the ball into the goal instead of shooting hoops, because it's a totally different game. This is a war of attrition. It is a totally different type of conflict than territorial conquest. So let's remember that back in late February, the Russian government said this was about demilitarization. It was not about territorial conquest. In the transcript, it literally says, it is not our plan to occupy the Ukrainian territory. Okay, I understand that now a lot of this territory has been incorporated into the Russian Federation, but I believe that demilitarization still takes precedent. When that is done, everything else will fall into place. People need to be patient. This is a massive military operation. It is the largest military operation organized in the 21st century so far. Just keep that in mind. When you put things in perspective, you will realize that a lot of this hysteria, you see it among people following this. It is unwarranted. It is unwarranted. It is also very familiar because I remember following the conflict in Syria from day one, from 2011 onward, and then the Russian military intervention from 2015 onward. And I remember this exact same hysteria, despair, condemnation of the Russian government and its military. Why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? In hindsight, they did everything that absolutely needed to be done. It really could not have been done any other way. Realistically, it couldn't have been. And I believe the same process is unfolding in Ukraine. That's my video for today. If you thought it was useful,
Libs think we're playing Risk. I think it's more like Libs think we're playing Hungry Hippos. But really it's more like chess. And I got a butt plug. And someone's telling me what to do with secrets. That's right. Beating the odds. Trying to understand the butt plug angle on that whole thing. Anyways, a lot going on there, huh? Secrets. How's everyone doing? Was that informative for you? I think so. I think that's going to be the end of my War in Ukraine segment. That could be something I upload to YouTube separately. All right. That was Brian Berletic. New Atlas. You'll love to see it. What's on your radar?
CIA asset.
Hassan Abi reacts to Enes Kanter Freedom getting a Nobel Prize, a Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, isn't it CIA Director William Burns in the audience?
Please don't forget to subscribe because a lot of people that Enes Kanter is getting a Nobel Peace Prize. Enes Kanter is part of a cult that is led by a zealot, a religious zealot cult leader whose name is Fethullah Gulen. This cult leader lives in the Poconos.
All right.
In a compound that is protected by heavily armed men and women. Why, you might ask? Well, that's because Fethullah Gulen is a CIA asset. And now the Nobel Peace Prize is being potentially afforded to or given to, or at least the nomination is given to, Enes Kanter Freedom. Enes Kanter is hanging out with John Bolton. Enes Kanter is hanging out with American Republican and some Democrat senators and other members of the State Department. It's not the actual prize, not an honor. Literally anyone can be nominated for a peace prize. Jared Kushner was nominated too. You can be nominated just as easy as Enes was. It means nothing, and the fact that Enes is flexing it is embarrassing. Sometimes taking a stand is more important than your next paycheck. Yeah, except, yeah, this is bullshit, but, you know, The Atlantic is writing about it, so it's not as insignificant as, like, me getting one.
Uyghurs.
Now, I'm not a big sports ball guy, and my Turkish wiring dictates I fucking defend Enes Kanter, right? I'm Turkish. Turkish people are incredibly nationalistic, you know? There are plenty of fucking Turkish people who come in here and watch me every goddamn day, even though they don't understand what the fuck I'm saying half the time. They will write in the chat and say, I'm learning English, hopefully, by watching you, brother.
Aww.
There are plenty of Turkish people who disagree with my takes, my point of view, my stance on the Armenian genocide.
This chat is English and Turkish only, by the way. My chat.
On a Kurdish nation state, and they still
allow Turkish.
Love me, and they still say, I fucking love that this dude is
I don't even care if you're talking shit about me.
Doing what he's doing regardless.
I want all the Turks.
Because, you know, he's a Turk, and he's fucking dominating in America, and I love that. So, now that I've fucking paved the way for you to understand that, like, as a Turkish person, immediately I gotta fucking defend this guy, right? I mean, that's in my wiring. It's in my blood. Okay? And yet I'm not. And most Turkish people won't. A lot of Turkish people despise Enes Kanter for good reason. Part of it is because he's dog shit in the fucking NBA, okay? He's just horrible. Like, openly horrible. Not like, oh, was Colin Kaepernick bad? Like, no, straight up. Like, this dude is just really bad. Even I know that.
Rebound.
What's the name
Decker
of the
runs the floor. Oh, the slam Decker. Plus the foul on Kanter. Spectacular.
They edited that in there. Get wrecked.
Okay? Like, his stats are indefensible.
Oh.
Okay? But the other reason why a lot of Turkish people fucking despise him is because he 100% is part of this cult. This Fethullah Gülen cult. This cult is responsible for the coup in Turkey that happened a couple years prior, is a CIA asset, and he also only does humanitarian efforts against America's foreign adversaries. He doesn't have that same kind of take about humanitarian missions in, you know, Israel, for example, an apartheid state. He does not have that kind of take. I prefer Erdogan to Fethullah Gülen, and many Turkish people agree with me on this as well. Why? Because Fethullah Gülen is also not only just as religious and as a zealot as Erdogan is, even more culty than Erdogan. Erdogan at least like fakes it or hams it up. His religiosity is hammed up for the masses like Donald Trump is.
It's Turkey.
Whereas Fethullah Gülen is a fucking psycho, and also on top of that is an American State Department asset. He is literally a CIA asset. Okay? Wrong link, my bad. Oh, this is it.
Oh, turkeys. Let me refresh the chat.
Go video regardless.
I love it.
Jazz 3 of 13, Clippers 4 of 14 from behind the arc. Jazz hanging tough down by 3 here on the
Turkeys.
Griffin. Step right by Kanter.
Oh my God.
They're sending him clips of content. Oh, he's got faked out of his shoes. Dude, just quit. Just quit at this point.
I see so much of myself in him, dude.
Give it up.
Oh, we saw this already. We watched this.
Yeah, like Hassan's tall.
The funniest part,
if I would be so disappointed to be like a semi-tall guy and not be good at basketball. That would be disappointing. Like I would want to be good at like a tall sport, like volleyball or something. Man.
Part is okay. You know what the funniest part about this is?
Hollywood coach
Enes Kanter is so fucking stupid. Like he literally is the meme of like the big dumb guy that he doesn't recognize when he's fucking owned. Okay.
Yeah.
In this situation, he's like owned in this video, and he doesn't even fucking recognize that he's owned in this video.
Look at the video.
Piece of shit made. We make a video of him retracting his statements, saying very nice things about us, and we send it to the news. I'll never do it. Ugh! This isn't up for discussion. In China, you comply or you die. Gee, what are you doing? You can't just kill him. I kill people all the time. I killed 2 million Muslims just last month. You're a monster. Next, you're gonna tell me my shoes really are made by kids. Don't be stupid, LeBron. Your shoes are not made by kids.
There's so much going on here.
Made by babies. Oh, Jesus. I tried to tell you, LeBron. I didn't do my research. Now, you will say what the fuck we tell you to say. I'd rather die. Are you going to comply, LeBron? Hello, Enes Kanter Freedom here, live from China. I was totally wrong. China is super free. President Xi is great man. Visit China.
What is this? The fuck is this?
See the Great Wall. Download TikTok. Give China your information. Come to China. How do we fix this mess this piece of shit made? We make a video of him retracting.
What the fuck was that?
He's so fucking stupid. He doesn't realize it. Like, he's so fucking stupid.
All right, so Enes Kanter is a CIA agent. And the video is making fun of them by doing another CIA lie. Was not South Park. Another CIA lie about the alleged genocide in Xinjiang. Get the fuck out of here, dude. It's lib shit all the way down.
That this video destroys him, okay? Like, this video, obviously it's supposed to be like, oh, LeBron bad, you know, Xi Jinping enemy, like really fucking terrible, whatever. But like, even then, I wouldn't post this. Like, you got fucking clapped, dude. You got destroyed. You got absolutely fucking owned.
Was that like the cartoon shit that like Stephen Colbert made or something?
Likely Hall of Fame career? Me trying to start a conversation with a woman from...
All right, he's talking about something else here. Oh, it's an Enes Kanter Freedom. Gave up a likely Hall of Fame career in order to fight for human rights in China.
Stan Allen, Enes Kanter Freedom gave up a likely Hall of Fame career in order to fight for human rights in China. It's true. Enes Freedom is an all-time great NBA player who will be kept out of the Hall of Fame because of politics. Confidently, Enes Freedom was one of the top dunkers in the league. The NBA has Chinese-listically erased his firework highlights and championship winning shots to paint a picture of an average player.
Get out, man.
Ersen Ilyasova and Enes Kanter. Vatanıma göz dikeni ez oğlum. What?
Rob memed Enes a while back. Is that an... What is going on? Is that an actual picture of Enes? What is going on? And is that really Xi Jinping? Anyways. Politics. Politics doctor in the house. Politics PhD. New chatter hype. Yeah. You grew up in OKC. When Enes Kanter played there, he was shit. No defense. That's what's keeping him out. He can't play, dude. I mean, I can't either. I'm not good at basketball. Uh-oh. What just happened? I was watching the wrong guy. He's got the ball. Get it in the bucket, dude. Put it away, man. Oh, Lord.
So the lyrics is...
Oh, what are the lyrics? Stay down.
Bir saniye olsun bakmamış yerdeki yaratığa yedim be. Okay, so... okay, so... The lyrics of the song are,
oh shit, what is my cat doing out there?
To those who put an eye on your country, you know, destroy them, crush them. Okay? Basically, they're saying, you know, or those who fucking, you know, have their sights on your country, crush them. Which, by the way, every innocuous Turkish song literally has like that kind of nationalism built into it. Yes, crush those who lay an eye on your country. Okay? It's the least nationalistic country on the planet, obviously.
Wow.
And this guy is like trolling by saying...
Does that include the Armenians?
Yeah, least nationalistic Turkish song. This guy says he doesn't even turn around and look at the creature on the ground. My fucking hero.
Stop it. He's dead. He's dead of embarrassment. He's not hurt. Just embarrassed to death. Oh.
Bro, that is put us some good defense. Oh, that is so crushing.
But
it's so fucking, it's destruction.
They're going for the layup if that was the case. He's still going to go for the dunk even though he's going to get dunked on. That's tricky. Enes Kanter. Freedom. Freedom Kanter. Okay. And that. What was on your radar today? We'll come back to that later. Tomorrow. Another day. Yeah. How you doing, chap? I think I want to do I want to continue reading. Yesterday we were reading Black Shirts and Reds. Remember that? Oh, man. Oh, I remember. I was on chapter 3. I think I want to get back into this. Command H? Something else. Read mode. Command H. That's still not it. U. Command L. Can I just go to Command L? Command L goes right to it. Okay. Y'all ready for this? I think I got a thing right here. Yeah. Black Shirts and Reds. I think I'd like to change the thing. Hold on. I read through chapters 1 and 2 yesterday. I hope you caught it. I hope you saw the stream. Well, I don't know how much I'm going to read today. Whatever. I'm just going to let that stay right there. Yeah, so here we go. Black Shirts and Reds, Chapter 3. Left Anti-Communism. In the United States, for over 100 years, the ruling interests tirelessly propagated anti-communism among the populace until it became more like a religious orthodoxy than a political analysis. During the Cold War, the anti-communist ideological framework could transform any data about existing communist societies into hostile evidence. If the Soviets refused to negotiate a point, they were intransigent and belligerent. If they appeared willing to make concessions, this was but a skillful ploy to put us off our guard. By opposing arms limitations, they would have demonstrated their aggressive intent, but when, in fact, they supported most armament treaties, it was because they were mendacious and manipulative. If the churches in the USSR were empty, this demonstrated that religion was suppressed. But if the churches were full, this meant the people were rejecting the regime's atheistic ideology. If the workers went on strike, as happened on infrequent occasions, this was evidence of their alienation from collectivist systems. And if they didn't go on strike, this was because they were intimidated and lacked freedom. A scarcity of consumer goods demonstrated the failure of the economic system. An improvement in consumer supplies meant only that the leaders were attempting to placate a restive population and so maintain a firmer hold over them. I mentioned this is Michael Parenti? Yep. If communists in the United States played an important role struggling for the rights of workers, the poor, African Americans, women, and others, this was only their guileful way of gathering support among disenfranchised groups and gaining power for themselves. How one gained power by fighting for the rights of powerless groups was never explained. What we're dealing with is a non-falsifiable orthodoxy, so assiduously marketed to the ruling interests that it affected people across the entire political spectrum. Genuflection to orthodoxy. Many in the U.S. left have exhibited a Soviet bashing and red baiting that matches anything on the right in its enmity and crudity. Listen to Noam Chomsky holding forth about, quote, left intellectuals who try to rise to power on the backs of mass popular movements, then beat the people into submission. You start off as basically a Leninist who's going to be part of the red bureaucracy. You see later that power doesn't lie that way, and you very quickly become an ideologist of the right. We're seeing it right now in the former Soviet Union. The same guys who were communist thugs 2 years back are now running banks and are enthusiastically free marketeers and praising Americans. End quote. Chomsky's imagery is heavily indebted to the same U.S. corporate political culture he so frequently criticizes on other issues. In his mind, the revolution was betrayed by a coterie of communist thugs who merely hunger for power rather than wanting the power to end hunger. One of Parenti's lines. In fact, the communists did not very quickly switch to the right, but struggled in the face of a momentous onslaught to keep Soviet socialism alive for more than 70 years. To be sure, in the Soviet Union's waning days, some, like Boris Yeltsin, crossed over to capitalist ranks, but others continued to resist free market incursions at a great cost to themselves, many meeting their deaths during Yeltsin's violent suppression of the Russian parliament in '93. Some leftists and others fall back on the old stereotype of power-hungry Reds who pursue power for power's sake without regard for actual social goals. If true, one wonders why, in country after country, these Reds side with the poor and powerless, often at great risk and sacrifice to themselves, rather than reaping the rewards that come with serving the well-placed. Reminds me of what we talked about yesterday with was it when we were reading this? I was thinking about Mussolini. I don't know. I read so much. For decades, many left-leaning writers and speakers in the United States have felt obliged to establish their credibility by indulging in anti-communist and anti-Soviet genuflection. Seemingly unable to give a talk or write an article or book review on whatever political subject without injecting some anti-red sideswipe. The intent was, and still is, to distance themselves from the Marxist-Leninist left. I think that is reactionaryism. And there are different forms of it, but that's how I define it. Adam Hochschild. What are they, German? A liberal writer and publisher warned those on the left who might be lackadaisical about condemning existing communist societies that they weaken their credibility. In other words, to be credible opponents of the Cold War, we first had to join in Cold War condemnations of communist societies. ZachChap, welcome in. Everyone follow ZachChap. Still using the playbook today. Xing Jing. Exactly. Exactly. Ronald Radosh urged that the peace movement purge itself of communists so that it not be accused of being communist. If I understood Radish, to save ourselves from anti-communist witch hunts, we should ourselves be witch hunters. Purging the left of communists became a long-standing practice, having injurious effects on various progressive causes. For instance, in 1949, some 12 unions were ousted from the CIO because they had Reds in their leadership. The purge have reduced CIO membership by some 1.7 million and seriously weakened its recruitment drives and political clout. In the late 1940s, to avoid being smeared as Reds, Americans for Democratic Action, or ADA, a supposedly progressive group, became one of the most vocally anti-communist organizations. This strategy did not work. ADA and others on the left were still attacked for being communists or soft on communism by those on the right. They call Biden a communist. But, they achieved their goal, which is to get people with a material analysis out of leftist movements. Sound familiar? Isn't that really weird? How people with a material analysis about the war in Ukraine are marginalized by corporate media and even a lot of these fucking ops on these social media websites? All right, reading on. Then and now, many on the left have failed to realize that those who fight for social change on behalf of the less privileged elements of society will be red-baited by conservative elites, whether they're communists or not. For ruling interests, it makes little difference whether their wealth and power is challenged by communist subversives or loyal American liberals. All are lumped together as more or less equally abhorrent. Even when attacking the right, left critics cannot pass up an opportunity to flash their anti-communist credentials. So Mark Green writes in a criticism of President Ronald Reagan that, quote, when presented with a situation that challenges his conservative catechism, like an unyielding Marxist-Leninist, Reagan will change not his mind, but the facts. While professing a dedication to fighting a dogmatism, quote, both of the right and the left, individuals who perform such de rigueur genuflections reinforce the anti-communist dogma. I don't know what I'm saying here. Some French shit. Red-baiting leftists contributed their share to the climate of hostility that has given U.S. leaders such a free hand in waging hot and cold wars against communist countries, and which even today makes a progressive or even liberal agenda difficult to promote. A prototypic red basher who pretended to be on the left was George Orwell. In the middle of World War II, as the Soviet Union was fighting for its life against Nazi invaders at Stalingrad, Orwell announced that, quote, willingness to criticize Russia and Stalin is the test of intellectual honesty. It is the only thing that a literary intellectual's point of view is really dangerous. that from alliterate. Okay. Safely ensconced within a virulently anti-communist society, Orwell, with Orwellian doublethink, characterized the condemnation of communism as a lonely, courageous act of defiance. Today, his ideological progeny are still at it, offering themselves as intrepid left critics of the left, waging a valiant struggle against imaginary Marxist, Leninist, Stalinist hordes. Sorely lacking within the U.S. left is any rational evaluation of the Soviet Union, a nation that endured a protracted civil war and a multinational foreign invasion in the very first years of its existence, and that 2 decades later threw back and destroyed the Nazi beast at enormous cost to itself. In the 3 decades after the Bolshevik Revolution, the Soviets made industrial advances equal to what capitalism took a century to accomplish, while feeding and schooling their children rather than working them 14 hours a day, as capitalist industrialists did and still do in many parts of the world. And the Soviet Union, along with Bulgaria, the German Democratic Republic, and Cuba, provided vital assistance to national liberation movements in countries around the world, including Nelson Mandela's African National Congress in South Africa. Left anti-communists remain studiously unimpressed by dramatic gains won by masses previously impoverished people under communism. Some were even scornful of such accomplishments. I recall how in Burlington, Vermont in 1971, the noted anti-communist anarchist Murray Bookchin derisively referred to my concern for, quote, the poor little children who got fed under communism. His words. Like a big yikes, you know? Slinging labels. Those of us who refused to join in the Soviet bashing were branded by left anti-communists as Soviet apologists and Stalinists. Even if we disliked Stalin and his autocratic system of rule and believed there were things seriously wrong with existing Soviet society, our real sin was that, unlike many on the left, we refused to uncritically swallow U.S. media propaganda about communist societies. Instead, we maintained that, aside from the well-publicized deficiencies and injustices, there were positive features about existing communist systems that were worth preserving, that impoverished the lives of hundreds of millions of people in meaningful and humanizing ways. This claim had a decidedly unsettling effect on left anti-communists who themselves could not utter a positive word about any communist society, except possibly Cuba, and could not lend a tolerant or even courteous ear to anyone who did. Saturated by anti-communist orthodoxy, most U.S. leftists have practiced a left McCarthyism against people who did have something positive to say about existing communism, excluding them from participation in conferences, advisory boards, political endorsements, and left publications. Like conservatives, left anti-communists tolerated nothing less than a blanket condemnation of the Soviet Union as a Stalinist monstrosity and a Leninist moral aberration. That many U.S. leftists have scant familiarity with Lenin's writings and political work does not prevent them from slinging the Leninist label. Noam Chomsky, who's an inexhaustible fount of anti-communist caricatures, offers this comment about Leninism. Quote, Western and also Third World intellectuals were attracted to the Bolshevik counter-revolution because Leninism is, after all, a doctrine that says that the radical intelligentsia have a right to take state power and to run their countries by force, and that is an idea which is rather appealing to intellectuals. Here, Chomsky fashions an image of power-hungry intellectuals to go along with his cartoon image of power-hungry Leninists, villains seeking not the revolutionary means to fight injustice, but power for power's sake. When it comes to red bashing, some of the best and brightest on the left sound not much better than the worst on the right. At the time of '96, terror bombing in Oklahoma City, I heard a radio commenter announce, Lenin said that the purpose of terror is to terrorize. U.S. media commentators have quoted Lenin in this misleading manner. In fact, his statement was disapproving of terrorism. He polemicized against isolated terrorist acts which do nothing but create terror among the populace, invite repression, and isolate the revolutionary movement from the masses. Far from being the totalitarian, tight-circled conspirator, Lenin urged the building of broad coalitions and mass organizations encompassing people who are at different levels of political development. He advocated whatever diverse means were needed to advance the class struggle, including participation in parliamentary elections and existing trade unions. To be sure, the working class, like any mass group, needed organization and leadership to wage a successful revolutionary struggle, which was the role of a vanguard party. But that did not mean the proletarian revolution could be fought and won by putschists or terrorists. Lenin constantly dealt with the problem of avoiding the two extremes of liberal bourgeois opportunism and ultra-left adventurism. And he himself is repeatedly identified as an ultra-left putschist by mainstream journalists and some on the left. Whether Lenin's approach to revolution is desirable or even relevant today is a question that warrants critical examination. But a useful evaluation is not likely to come from people who misrepresent his theory and practice. Left anti-communists find any association with communist organizations morally unacceptable because of the crimes of communism. Yet many of them are themselves associated with the Democratic Party in this country, either as voters or as members, apparently unconcerned about the morally unacceptable political crimes committed by leaders of that organization. Under one or another Democratic administration, 120,000 Japanese Americans were torn from their homes and livelihoods and thrown into detention camps. Atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki with an enormous loss of innocent life. The FBI was given authority to infiltrate political groups. The Smith Act was used to imprison leaders of the Trotskyist Socialist Workers' Party and later on leaders of the Communist Party for their political beliefs. Detention camps were established to round up political dissidents in the event of a national emergency. During the late 40s and 50s, 8,000 federal workers were purged from government because of their political associations and views, with thousands more in all walks of life witch-hunted out of their careers. The Neutrality Act was used to impose an embargo on the Spanish Republic that worked in favor of Franco's fascist legions. Homicidal counterinsurgency programs were initiated in various third world countries, and the Vietnam War was pursued and escalated. For the better part of a century, the congressional leadership of the Democratic Party protected racial segregation and stymied all anti-lynching and fair employment bills. Yet all these crimes, bringing ruination and death to many have not moved the liberals, the social democrats, and the democratic socialist anti-communists to insist repeatedly that we issue blanket condemnations of either the Democratic Party or the political system that produced it, certainly not with the intolerant fervor that has been directed against existing communism. Pure socialism versus siege socialism. The upheavals in Eastern Europe do not constitute a defeat for socialism because socialism never existed in those countries. According to some U.S. leftists, they say that the communist states offered nothing more than bureaucratic one-party state capitalism or some such thing. Whether we call the former communist countries socialist is a matter of definition. Suffice it to say, they constituted something different from what existed in the profit-driven capitalist world, as the capitalists themselves were not slow to recognize. First, in communist countries there was less economic inequality than under capitalism. The perks enjoyed by party and government elites were modest by corporate CEO standards in the West, as were their personal incomes and lifestyles. Soviet leaders like Yuri Andropov and Leonid Brezhnev lived not in lavishly appointed mansions like the White House, but in relatively large apartments in housing project near the Kremlin set aside for government leaders. They had limousines at their disposal, like most other heads of state, and access to the large dachas, which they entertained visiting dignitaries. They had none of the immense personal wealth that most U.S. leaders possess. The lavish life enjoyed by East Germany's party leaders, as widely publicized in U.S. press, included a $725 yearly allowance in hard currency and housing in an exclusive settlement on the outskirts of Berlin that sported a sauna, an indoor pool, and a fitness center shared by all the residents. They could also shop in stores that carried Western goods, like bananas, jeans, and Japanese electronics. The U.S. press never pointed out that ordinary East Germans had access to public pools and gyms and could buy jeans and electronics, though usually not of the imported variety. Nor was the lavish consumption enjoyed by East German leaders contrasted to the truly opulent lifestyle enjoyed by the Western plutocracy. Second, in communist countries, productive forces were not organized for capital gain and private enrichment. Public ownership of the means of production supplanted private ownership. Individuals could not hire other people and accumulate great personal wealth from their labor. Again, compared to Western standards, differences in earnings and savings among the populace were generally modest. The income spread between highest and lowest earners in the Soviet Union was about 5-1. In the United States, the spread in yearly income between the top multi-billionaires and the working poor is more like 10,000-1. Third, priority was placed on human services. Though life under communism left a lot to be desired and the services themselves were rarely the best, communist countries did guarantee their citizens some minimal standard of economic survival and security, including guaranteed education, employment, housing, and medical assistance. Fourth, communist countries did not pursue the capitalist penetration of other countries. Lacking a profit motive as their motor force, and therefore having no need to constantly find new investment opportunities, they did not expropriate the lands, labor, markets, and natural resources of weaker nations. That is, they did not practice economic imperialism. The Soviet Union conducted trade and aid relations on terms that generally were favorable to the Eastern European nations and Mongolia, Cuba, and India. All the above were organizing principles for every communist system to one degree or another. None of the above apply to free market countries like Honduras, Guatemala, Thailand, South Korea, Chile, Indonesia, Zaire, Germany, or the United States. A real socialism, it is argued, would be controlled by the workers themselves through direct participation instead of being run by Leninists, Stalinists, Castroites, or other ill-willed, power-hungry, bureaucratic cabals of evil men who betray revolutions. Unfortunately, this pure socialism view is ahistorical and non-falsifiable. It cannot be tested against the actualities of history. It compares an ideal against an imperfect reality, and the reality comes off a poor second. It imagines what socialism would be like in a world far better than this one, where no strong state structure or security force is required, where none of the value produced by workers needs to be expropriated to rebuild society and defend it from invasion and internal sabotage. The pure socialists' ideological anticipations remain untainted by existing practice. They do not explain how the manifold functions of a revolutionary society would be organized, how external attack and internal sabotage would be thwarted, how bureaucracy would be avoided, scarce resources allocated, policy differences settled, priorities set, and production and distribution conducted. Instead, they offer vague statements about how the workers themselves were directly own and control the means of production and will arrive at their own solutions through creative struggle. No surprise, then, that the pure socialists support every revolution except the ones that succeed. The pure socialists had a vision of a new society that would create and be created by new people, a society so transformed in its fundaments as to leave little opportunity for wrongful acts, corruption, and criminal abuses of state power. There would be no bureaucracy of self-interested coteries, no ruthless conflicts of hurtful decisions. When the reality proves different and more difficult, some on the left proceed to condemn the real thing and announce that they feel betrayed by this or that revolution. Pure socialists see socialism as an ideal that was tarnished by communist venality, duplicity, and power cravings. The pure socialists oppose the Soviet model but offer little evidence to demonstrate that other paths could have been taken, that other models of socialism, not created from one's imagination but developed from actual historical experience, could have taken hold and worked better. Was an open, pluralistic, democratic socialism actually possible at this historic juncture? The historic evidence would suggest it was not. As the political philosopher Carl Shames argues, I'm thirsty. How do the left critics know that the fundamental problem was the nature of the ruling revolutionary parties?
You've got mail.
Hey, proletariat, thank you for the 100.
Then I could have ended up going down the Voosh pipeline.
Jesus Christ. That would have been terrible. Carl Shames argued, how do the left critics know that the fundamental problem was the nature of the ruling revolutionary parties rather than, say, the global concentration of capital that's destroying all independent economies and putting an end to national sovereignty everywhere? To the extent that it was, where did this nature come from? Was this nature disembodied, disconnected from the fabric of the society itself, from the social relations impacting on it? Thousands of examples could be found in which the centralization of power was a necessary choice in securing and protecting socialist relations. In my observing of existing communist societies, the positive of socialism and the negative of bureaucracy, authoritarianism, and tyranny interpenetrated in virtually every sphere of life. Pure socialists regularly blame the left itself for every defeat it suffers. Their second guessing is endless. So we hear that revolutionary struggles fail because their leaders wait too long or act too soon or are too timid or too impulsive, too stubborn or too easily swayed. We hear that revolutionary leaders are compromising or adventuristic, bureaucratic or opportunistic, rigidly organized or insufficiently organized, undemocratic or failing to provide strong leadership. But always the leaders fail because they do not put their trust in the direct actions of the workers, who apparently would withstand and overcome every adversary if only given the kind of leadership available from the left critics' own groupuscle. Groupuscle. What is that word? Unfortunately, the critics seem unable to apply their own leadership genius to producing a successful revolutionary movement in their own country. Tony Febo questioned this blame the leadership syndrome of the pure socialists. It occurs to me that when people as smart, different, dedicated, and heroic as Lenin, Mao, Fidel Castro, Daniel Ortega, Ho Chi Minh, and Robert Mugabe, and the millions of heroic people who followed and fought with them, all end up more or less in the same place, then something bigger is at work than who made what decision at what meeting, or even what size houses they went home to after the meeting. These leaders weren't in a vacuum. They were in a whirlwind, and the suction, the force, the power that was twirling them around has spun and left this globe mangled for more than 900 years. And to blame this or that theory or this or that leader is a simple-minded substitute for the kind of analysis that Marxists should make. To be sure, the pure socialists are not entirely without specific agendas for building the revolution. After the Sandinistas overthrew the Somoza dictatorship in Nicaragua, an ultra-left group in that country called for direct worker ownership of the factories. The armed workers would take control of production without benefit of managers, state planners, bureaucrats, or a formal military. While undeniably appealing, this worker syndicalism denies the necessities of state power. Under such an arrangement, the Nicaraguan revolution would not have lasted 2 months against the U.S.-sponsored counter-revolution that savaged the country. It would have been unable to mobilize enough resources to field an army, take security measures, or build and coordinate economic programs and human services on a national scale. I'd like to take a break here. 53. I can keep reading. All right. Decentralization versus survival. For a people's revolution to survive, it must seize state power and use it to break the stranglehold exercised by the owning class break the stranglehold exercised by the owning class over the society's institutions and resources, and B, withstand the reactionary counterattack that is sure to come. The internal and external dangers of a revolution necessitate a centralized state power that is not particularly to anyone's liking. Not in Soviet Russia in 1917, nor in Sandinista Nicaragua in 1980. Engels offers an apposite account of an uprising in Spain in 1872-73, in which anarchists seized power in municipalities across the country. At first, the situation looked promising. The king had abdicated, and the bourgeois government could muster but a few thousand ill-trained troops. Yet, this ragtag force prevailed because it faced a thoroughly patriarchal, parochialized rebellion. Each town proclaimed itself as a sovereign canton and set up a revolutionary committee, a junta or junta. I don't have any water handy. Engels writes, each town acted on its own declaring that important thing was not cooperation with other towns but separation from them, thus precluding any possibility of a combined attack against bourgeois forces. It was, quote, the fragmentation and isolation of the revolutionary forces which enabled the government troops to smash one revolt after the other. Decentralized parochial autonomy is the graveyard of insurgency, which may be one reason why there's never been a successful anarcho-syndicalist revolution. Ideally, it would be a fine thing to have only local, self-directed worker participation with minimal bureaucracy, police, and military. This probably would be the development of socialism, were socialism ever allowed to develop unhindered by counter-revolutionary subversion and attack. One might recall how in 1918, 1920, 14 capitalist nations, including the U.S., invaded Soviet Russia in a bloody but unsuccessful attempt to overthrow the revolutionary Bolshevik government. 3 years of foreign invasion and civil war did much to intensify the Bolsheviks' siege psychology with its commitment to lockstep party unity and a repressive security apparatus. Thus, in May 1921, the same Lenin who'd encouraged the practice of internal party democracy and struggled against Trotsky in order to give the trade unions a greater measure of autonomy, now called for an end to the workers of opposition and other factional groups within the party. The time has come, he told an enthusiastically concurring 10th Party Congress, to put an end to opposition, to put a lid on it. We have had enough opposition. Open disputes and conflicting tendencies within and without the party, the communists concluded, created an appearance of division and weakness that invited attack by formidable foes. Only a month earlier, in April 1921, Lenin had called for more worker representation on the party's Central Committee. In short, he had become not anti-worker, but anti-opposition. It was a social revolution, like every other, that was not allowed to develop its political and material life in an unhindered way. By the late 20s, the Soviets faced the choice of A. moving in a still more centralized direction with a command economy and forced agrarian collectivization and full-speed industrialization under a commandist, autocratic party leadership, the road taken by Stalin, or B. moving in a liberalized direction, allowing more political diversity, more autonomy for labor unions and other organizations, more open debate and criticism, greater autonomy among the various Soviet republics, a greater sector of privately owned small businesses, independent agricultural development by the peasantry, greater emphasis on consumer goods, and less effort given to the kind of capital accumulation needed to build a strong military industrial base. The latter course, I believe, would have produced a more comfortable, more humane, and serviceable society. Siege socialism would have given way to worker communism, to worker consumer socialism. The only problem is that the country would have risked being incapable of withstanding the Nazi onslaught. Instead, the Soviet Union embarked upon a rigorous forced industrialization. This policy has been mentioned as one of the wrongs perpetrated by Stalin upon his people. It consisted mostly of building... Got a siren here. It consisted mostly of building, within a decade, an entirely new, huge industrial base east of the Urals in the middle of the barren steppes, the biggest steel complex in Europe, in anticipation of an invasion from the West. Quote, money was spent like water. Men froze, hungered, and suffered, but the construction went on with a disregard for individuals and a mass heroism seldom paralleled in history. Stalin's prophecy that the Soviet Union had only 10 years to do what the British had done in a century proved correct. When the Nazis invaded in 1941, that same industrial base, safely ensconced thousands of miles from the front, produced the weapons of war that eventually turned the tide. The cost of this survival included 22 million Soviet citizens who perished in the war, and an immeasurable devastation and suffering, the effects of which would distort Soviet society for decades after. All this is not to say that everything Stalin did was of historical necessity. The exigencies, what is this word, of revolutionary survival did not make inevitable the heartless execution of hundreds of old Bolshevik leaders, the personality cult of a supreme leader who claimed every revolutionary gain as his own achievement, the suppression of party political life through terror, the eventual silencing of debate regarding the pace of industrialization and collectivization, the ideological regulation of all intellectual and cultural life, and the mass deportation of suspect nationalities. Transforming effect of counter-revolutionary attack have been felt in other countries. A Sandinista military officer I met in Vienna in 1986 noted that Nicaraguans were not a warrior people, but they had to learn to fight because they faced a destructive U.S.-sponsored mercenary war. She bemoaned the fact that war and embargo forced her country to postpone much of its socio-economic agenda. As with Nicaragua, the Mozambique, Angola, and numerous other countries in which U.S.-financed mercenary forces destroyed farmlands, villages, and health centers, and power stations, while killing or starving hundreds of thousands, the revolutionary baby was strangled in its crib or mercilessly bled beyond recognition. This reality ought to earn at least as much recognition as the suppression of dissidents in this or that revolutionary society. The overthrow of Western European Soviet communist governments was cheered by many left intellectuals. Now democracy would have its day. The people would be free from the yoke of communism, and the U.S. left would be free from the albatross of existing communism, or, as left theorist Richard Lichtman put it, liberated from the incubus of the Soviet Union and the succubus of communist China. In fact, the capitalist restoration in Eastern Europe seriously weakened the numerous Third World liberation struggles that had received aid from the Soviet Union and brought a whole new crop of right-wing governments into existence. One that now worked hand in glove with U.S. global counter-revolutionaries around the globe. In addition, the overthrow of communism gave the green light to the unbridled, exploitative impulses of Western corporate interests, no longer needing to convince workers that they live better than their counterparts in Russia, and no longer restrained by a competing system. The corporate class is rolling back its many gains that working-class people in the West have won over the years. Now that the free market, in its meanest form, is emerging triumphant in the East, so will it prevail in the West. Capitalism with a human face is being replaced by capitalism in your face. As Richard Levins puts it, so, in the new exuberant aggressiveness of world capitalism, we see what communists and their allies had held at bay. Having never understood the role that existing communist powers played in tempering the worst impulses of Western capitalism and imperialism, and having perceived communism as nothing but an unmitigated evil, the left anti-communists did not anticipate the losses that were to come. Some of them still don't get it. Brings us to the end of Chapter 3. I'm going to take a short break before we get into Chapter 4 here. Alright? Stick around, don't go anywhere. I'm going to run the ad. You're not going to miss anything. Be right back. Love your face. Hey, guys. Yeah. That. Okay, let's continue. Chapter 4, Black Shirts and Reds by Michael Perroni. Communism in Wonderland. Various... Got this. I got this. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Various communist countries suffered from major systemic deficiencies. While these internal problems were seriously exacerbated by the destruction and military threat imposed by Western capitalist powers, there were a number of difficulties that seemed to inhere in the system itself. Inhere? Rewarding inefficiency. All communist nations were burdened by rigid economic command systems. Central planning was useful and even necessary in the earlier period of sieged socialism to produce steel, wheat, and tanks in order to build an industrial base and withstand the Nazi onslaught. It eventually hindered technological development and growth, proved incapable of supplying a wide enough range of consumer goods and services. No computerized system could be devised to accurately model a vast and intricate economy. No system could gather and process the immense range of detailed information needed to make correct decisions about millions of production tasks. Top-down planning stifled initiative throughout the system. Stagnation was evident in the failure of the Soviet industrial establishment to apply the innovations of the scientific technological revolution of the 70s and 80s, including the use of computer technology. Though the Soviets produced many of the world's best mathematicians, physicists, and other scientists, little of their work found actual application. As Mikhail Gorbachev complained before the 28th Congress in 1990, we can no longer tolerate the managerial system that rejects scientific and technological progress and new technologies, that is committed to cost ineffectiveness and generates squandering and waste. It's not enough to denounce ineptitude. One also must try to explain why it persisted despite its repeated exhortations from leaders going as far back as Stalin himself, who seethed about time-serving bureaucrats. An explanation for the failure of the managerial system may be found in the system itself, which created disincentives for innovation. 1. Managers were little inclined to pursue technological paths that might lead to their own obsolescence. Many of them were not competent in the new technologies and should have been replaced. Managers received no rewards for taking risks. They maintained their positions regardless of whether innovative technology was developed, as was true of their superiors and central planners. 3. Supplies needed for technological change were not readily available, since inputs were fixed by the plan and all materials and labor were fully committed. It was difficult to divert resources to innovative production. In addition, experiment increased the risks of failing to meet one's quotas. 4. There was no incentive to produce better machines for other enterprises, since that brought no rewards to one's own firm. Quite the contrary, under the pressures to get quantitative results, managers often cut corners on quality. There was a scarcity of replacement parts for both industrial production and for durable use consumer goods. Because top planners set such artificially low prices for spare parts, it was seldom cost-efficient for factories to produce them. Because producers did not pay real value prices for raw materials, fuel, and other things, enterprises often used them inefficiently. Productive capacity was underutilized. Problems of distribution led to excessive unused inventory. Because of irregular shipments, there was a tendency to hoard more than could be put into production, further adding to shortages. Improvements in production would lead only to an increase in one's production quota. In effect, well-run factories were punished with greater workloads. Poor-performing ones were rewarded with lower quotas and state subsidies. Managerial irresponsibility was a problem in agriculture as well as industry. One Vietnamese farm organizer's comment could describe the situation in most other communist countries. Quote, the painful lesson of farm cooperatization was that the management was not motivated to succeed or produce. If anything, farm management was often motivated to provide a poor product. For instance, since state buyers of meat paid attention to quantity rather than quality, collective farmers maximized profits by producing fatter animals. Consumers might not care to eat fatty meat, but that was their problem. Only a foolish or saintly farmer would work harder to produce better quality meat for the privilege of getting paid less. As in all countries, bureaucracy tended to become a self-feeding animal. Administrative personnel increased at a faster rate than productive workers. A factory with 11,000 production workers might have an administrative staff of 5,000, a considerable burden on productivity. In some enterprises, administrative personnel made up half the full number of workers. Oh yeah. The heavily bureaucratic mode of operation did not allow for critical, self-corrective feedback. In general, there was a paucity of the kind of debate that might have held planners and managers accountable to the public. The fate of the whistleblower was the same in the communist countries as in our own. Those who exposed waste, incompetence, and corruption were more likely to run risks than receive rewards. Nobody minding the store. We've been taught that people living under communism suffer from the totalitarian control over every aspect of life, as Time magazine still tells us. Talking to the people themselves, one found that they complained less about overbearing control than about the absence of responsible control. Maintenance people failed to perform needed repairs. Occupants of a new housing project might refuse to pay rent, and no one bothered to collect it. With lax management in harvesting, storage, and transportation, as much as 30% of all produce was lost between field and store, and thousands of tons of meat left to spoil. People complain about broken toilets, leaky roofs, rude salespeople, poor quality goods, late trains, deficient hospital services, and corrupt and unresponsive bureaucrats. Corruption and favoritism were commonplace. There was the manager who regularly pilfered the till, the workers who filched foodstuffs and goods from state stores or supplies from factories in order to service private homes for personal gain, the peasants on the collective farms who stripped parts from tractors to sell them on the black market, the director who accepted bribes to place people at the top of a waiting list to buy cars, and the farmers who hoarded livestock, which they sold to townspeople at 3 times the government's low procurement price. All this was hardly the behavior of people trembling under a totalitarian rule of terror. The system itself rewarded evasion and noncompliance. Thus, the poorer the performance of the collective farm, the more substantial the subsidy and less demanded in the way of work quotas. The poorer the performance of plumbers and mechanics, the less burdened they were with calls and quotas. The poorer the restaurant service, the fewer the number of clients and the more food left over to take home for oneself or sell on the black market. The last thing restaurant personnel wanted was satisfied customers who would return to dine at the officially fixed low prices. Not surprisingly, work discipline left much to be desired. There was the clerk, who chatted endlessly with a friend on the telephone while a long line of people waited resentfully for service. The 2 workers, who took 3 days to paint a hotel wall that should have taken a few hours. The many who would walk off their jobs to go shopping. Such poor performance itself contributed to low productivity and the cycle of scarcity. In 1979, Cuban leader Raul Castro offered this list of abuses. The lack of work discipline, unjustified absences from work, deliberate go-slows so as not to surpass the norms, which are already low and poorly applied in practice, so that they won't be changed. In contrast to capitalism, when people in the countryside worked an exhausting 12-hour workday and more, there are a good many instances today, especially in agriculture, of people working no more than 4 or 6 hours, with the exception of cane cutters and possibly a few other kinds of work. We know that in many cases, heads of brigades and foremen make a deal with workers to meet the norm in half a day, and then go off work and work for the other half for some nearby small private farmer for extra income, or to go slow and meet the norm in 7 or 8 hours, or do 2 or 3 norms in a day and report them over other days on which they don't go to work. All these tricks of the trade in agriculture are also to be found in industry, transportation services, repair shops, and many other places where there's rampant buddyism, cases of you do me a favor and I'll do you one, and pilfering on the side. If fired, an individual had a constitutional guarantee to another job, and seldom had any difficulty finding one. The labor market was a seller's market. Workers did not fear losing their jobs, but managers feared losing their best workers and sometimes overpaid them to prevent them from leaving. Too often, however, neither monetary rewards nor employment itself were linked to performance. The dedicated employee usually earned no more than the irresponsible one. The slackers and pilferers had a demoralizing effect on those who wanted to work in earnest. Full employment was achieved by padding the workforce with people who had relatively little to do. This added to labor scarcity, low productivity, lack of work discipline, and the failure to implement labor-saving technologies that could maximize production. The communists operated on the assumption that once capitalism and its attendant economic abuses were eliminated, and once social production was communalized and people were afforded some decent measure of security and prosperity, they would contently do their fair share of work. That often proved not so. Communist economies had a kind of wonderland quality that in that prices seldom bore any relation to actual cost or value. Many expensive services were provided almost entirely free, such as education, medical care, and most recreational, sporting, and cultural events. Housing, transportation, utilities, and basic foods were heavily subsidized. Many people had money, but not much to buy with it. High-priced quality goods and luxury items were hard to come by. All, in turn, affected work performance. Why work hard to earn more when there was not that much to buy? Yeah, Dad. Wage increases designed to attract workers to disagreeable or low prestige jobs, or as incentives to production, only added to the disparity between purchasing power and the supply of goods. Prices were held artificially low, first out of dedication to egalitarian principles, but also because attempts to readjust them provoked worker protests in Poland, East Germany, and the USSR. It's fine, homie. Thus, in the Soviet Union and Poland, the state refused to raise the price of bread, which was priced at only a few pennies per loaf, though it cost less than animal feed. As a result, farmers in both countries bought the bread to feed their pigs. With rigorous price controls, there was hidden inflation, a large black market, and long shopping lines. Citizens were expected to play by the rules and not take advantage of the system, even when the system inadvertently invited transgressions. They were expected to discard a self-interested mode of behavior when in fact there was no reward and some disadvantage in doing so. The brutal totalitarian regime was actually a giant trough from which many took whatever they could. There was strong resentment concerning consumer scarcities, the endless shopping lines, the 10-year wait for a new automobile, the housing shortage that compelled single people to live at home or to get married in order to qualify for an apartment of their own, and the 5-year wait for that apartment. The crowding and financial dependency on parents often led to early divorce. These and other such problems took their toll on people's commitment to socialism. Oops. Lost my spot. Wanting it all. I listened to an East German friend complain of poor services and inferior products. The system did not work, he concluded. But what of the numerous social benefits so lacking in much of the world, I asked. Aren't these to be valued? His response was revealing. Oh, no one ever talks about that. People took for granted what they had in the way of human services and entitlements while hungering for the consumer goods dangling in their imaginations. The human capacity for discontent should not be underestimated. People cannot live to the social wage alone, cannot live on it. Once our needs are satisfied, then our wants tend to escalate, and our wants become our needs. A rise in living standards often incites a still greater rise in expectations. As people are treated better, they want more of the good things and are not necessarily grateful for what they already have. Leading professionals who had attained relatively good living standards wanted to dress better, travel abroad, and enjoy the more abundant lifestyles available to people of means in the capitalist world. It was this desire for greater affluence, rather than the quest for political freedom, that motivated most of those who emigrated to the West. Material wants were mentioned far more often than the lack of democracy. The Emirages, who fled Vietnam in 1989, were not persecuted political dissidents. Usually, there were relatively prosperous craftsmen, small entrepreneurs, well-educated engineers, architects, and intellectuals seeking greater opportunities. To quote one, "I don't think my life here in Vietnam is very bad. In fact, I'm very well off. But that's a human nature to always want something better." Another testified, We had two shops, and our income was decent, but we wanted a better life. And another, they left for the same reasons we did. They wanted to be richer, just like us. Today, get-rich mania is spreading throughout much of Vietnam as that nation lurches towards a market economy. Likewise, the big demand in the German Democratic Republic was for travel, new appliances, and bigger apartments. The New York Times described East Germany as a country of 16 million who seem transfixed by one issue. How soon can they become prosperous as West Germany? A national poll taken in China reported that 68% chose their goal to live well and get rich. In 1989, I asked the GDR ambassador in Washington, D.C., why his country made such junky two-cylinder cars. He said the goal was to develop good public transportation and discourage the use of costly private vehicles. But when asked to choose between a rational, efficient, economically sound, and ecologically sane mass transportation system or an automobile with its instant mobility, special status, privacy, and personal empowerment, East Germans went for the latter, as do most people in the world. The ambassador added ruefully, "We thought building a good society would make good people. That's not always true." Whether or not it was a good society, at least he was belatedly recognizing the discrepancy between public ideology and a private desire. In Cuba today, many youth see no value in joining the Communist Party and think Fidel Castro has had his day and should step aside. The revolutionary accomplishments in education and medical care are something they take for granted and cannot get excited about. Generally, they're more concerned about their own personal future than about socialism. Love your face. University courses on Marxism. University courses on Marxism and courses on the Cuban Revolution, once over-enrolled, now go sparsely attended, while students crowd into classes on global markets and property law. The U.S. blockade and the loss of Soviet aid, the promise of abundance receded beyond sight in Cuba, and the cornucopia of the North appeared ever more alluring. Many Cuban youth idealize life in the U.S. and long for its latest styles and music. Like the Eastern Europeans, they think capitalism will deliver the goodies at no special cost. When told that young people in the U.S. face serious hurdles, they respond with all the certainty of inexperience. We know that many people in the States are poor and that many are rich. If you work hard, however, you can do well. It is the land of opportunity. Okay. By the second or third generation, relatively few are still alive who can favorably contrast their lives under socialism with the great hardships and injustices of pre-revolutionary days. As stated by one Cuban youth who has no memory of life before the revolution, "We are tired of the slogans. It was all right for our parents, but the revolution is history." In a society of rapidly rising and sometimes unrealistic expectations, those who did not do well, who could not find employment commensurate with their training, and who were stuck with drudge work, were especially inclined to want to change. Even in the best of societies, much labor has an instrumental value but no inherent gratification. The sooner a tedious task is completed, the sooner there's another to be done. So why knock yourself out? If building the revolution and winning the battle of production mean performing essential but routine tasks for the rest of one's foreseeable future, the revolution understandably loses its luster. There's often not enough interesting and creative work to go around for all who consider themselves interesting and creative people. In time, the revolution suffers from the routinization of charisma. Ordinary people cannot sustain in everyday life a level of intense dedication for abstract, albeit beautiful ideals. Why struggle for a better life if it cannot now be attained? And if it cannot be enjoyed now, then forget about revolutionary sacrifice. Reactionism to the surface. Hey guys. Welcome in, watch my 666. Yeah. No one said it was going to be sexy. For years, I heard about the devilishly clever manipulations of communist propaganda. Later on, I was surprised to discover that news media in communist countries were usually lackluster in plotting. Western capitalist nations are immersed in an advertising culture with billions spent on marketing and manipulating images. The communist countries had nothing comparable. Their media coverage generally consisted of dull protocol visits and official pronouncements, along with glowing reports about the economy and society, so glowing that people complained about not knowing what was going on in their own country. They could read about abuses of power, industrial accidents, worker protests, and earthquakes occurring in every country but their own. And even when the press exposed domestic abuses, they usually went uncorrected. Media reports sometimes so conflicted with daily experience that the official press was not believed when it did tell them the truth, as when it reported on poverty and repression in the capitalist world. If anything, many intellectuals in communist nations were utterly starry-eyed about the capitalist world and unwilling to look at its seamier side. Ferociously opposed to the socialist system, they were anti-communist to the point of being full-fledged adulators of Western reactionism. The more rapidly reactionary chic a position was, the more appeal it had for the intelligentsia. With almost religious fervor, intellectuals maintained that the capitalist West, especially the United States, was a free market paradise of superabundance and almost limitless opportunity. Nor would they believe anything to the contrary. With complete certitude, well-fed, university-educated Moscow intellectuals sitting in their modest but comfortable apartments would tell U.S. visitors, "The poorest amongst you live better than we." Conservative deputy editor of the Wall Street Journal, David Brooks, offers this profile of the Moscow intellectual. He is the master of contempt. He feels he is living in a world run by imbeciles. He's not unsure, casting about for the correct answers. The immediate answers are obvious: democracy and capitalism. His self-imposed task is to smash the idiots who stand in the way. He has none of the rococo mannerisms of our intellectuals, but values bluntness, rudeness, and arrogance. These democratic intellectuals love Ronald Reagan, Marlboros, and the South in the American Civil War. Not sure. Okay. Consider Andrei Sakharov, darling of the U.S. press, who regularly praised corporate capitalism while belittling the advances achieved by the Soviet people. He lambasted the U.S. peace movement for its opposition to the Vietnam War and accused the Soviets of being military expansionists and the sole culprits behind the arms race. Sakharov supported every U.S. armed intervention abroad as a defense of democracy and characterized new U.S. weapons systems like the neutron bomb as primarily defensive. Anointed by U.S. leaders and media as a human rights advocate, he never had an unkind word for the human rights violations perpetrated by the fascist regimes of faithful U.S. client states, including Pinochet's Chile and Suharto's Indonesia, and he directed snide remarks towards those who did. He regularly attacked those in the West who dissented from anti-communist orthodoxy and who opposed U.S. interventionism abroad. As with many other Eastern European intellectuals, Sakharov's advocacy of dissent did not extend to opinions that deviated to the left of his own. Tolerance for Western imperialism extended into the upper reaches of the Soviet government itself, as reflected in a remark made in 1989 by a high-ranking official in the Soviet Foreign Ministry, Andrei Kozyrev, who stated that third world countries suffer not so much from capitalism as from a lack of it. Either by design or stupidity, he confused capital, which those nations lack, with capitalism, of which they have more than enough to victimize them. They also claim that none of the main bourgeois groups in America are connected with militarism. To think of them as imperialists who plunder third world countries is a stereotyped idea that should be discarded. Not good. As a system of analysis mainly concerned with existing capitalism, Marxism has relatively little to say about the development of socialist societies. In the communist countries, Marxism was doled out like a catechism. Its critique of capitalism had no vibrancy or meaning for those who lived in a non-capitalist society. Instead, most intellectuals found excitement in the forbidden fruit of Western bourgeois ideology. In looking to the West, they were not interested in broadening the ideological spectrum, a desirable goal, but in replacing the dominant view with a rightist, anti-communist orthodoxy. They were not for an end to ideology, but for replacing one ideology with another. Without hesitation, they added their voices to the chorus, singing the glories of the free market paradise. Heavily subsidized by Western sources, the right-wing intelligentsia produced publications like Moscow News and Argumenti Fakti, which put out a virulently pro-capitalist, pro-imperialist message. One such publication, Literaturная Gazeta, hailed Reagan and Bush as statesmen and the architects of peace. It questioned the need for a Ministry of Culture in the USSR, even one that was now headed by an anti-communist. There's no such ministry in the US, and yet it seems there's nothing wrong with American culture. Who said Russians don't have a sense of humor? With the decline of communist power in Eastern Europe, the worst political scum began to float to the surface. Nazi sympathizers and hate groups of all sorts, though they were not the only purveyors of bigotry. In 1990, none other than the Polish Solidarity leader Lech Walesa declared that quote, a gang of Jews had gotten hold of the trough and is bent on destroying us. Later on, he maintained that the comment did not apply to all Jews, but only those, quote, who are looking out for themselves while giving not a damn about anyone else. Following year in Poland's post-communist presidential election, various candidates, including Walesa, outdid each other in their anti-Semitic allusions. In 1996, in a national ceremony, Solidarity chief Zygmunt Wierzodek resorted to anti-Semitic vituperation while railing against the previous communist government. Romanticizing capitalism. In 1990, in Washington, D.C., the Hungarian ambassador held a press conference to announce his country was discarding its socialist system because it didn't work. When I asked why it did not work, he said, I don't know. Here's someone who confessed he had no understanding of the deficiencies of his own country's socio-economic process, even though he was one of those in charge of that process. Leaders who talk only to each other are soon out of touch with reality. I don't know. The policymakers of these communist states showed a surprisingly un-Marxist understanding of the problems they faced. There were denunciations and admonitions aplenty, but little systemic analysis of why and how things had come to such an impasse. Instead, there was as much admiration for what was taken to be Western capitalist know-how, and remarkably little understanding of an uglier side of capitalism and how it impacted upon the world. In the USSR, glasnost, the use of critical debate to invite innovation and reform, opened Soviet media to Western penetration and accelerated the very disaffection it was intended to rectify. Leaders in Poland and Hungary, eventually the Soviet Union and other European communist nations, decided to open their economies to Western investment during the 1980s. It was anticipated that state ownership would exist on equal terms with cooperatives, foreign investors, and domestic private entrepreneurs. In fact, the whole state economy was put at risk and eventually undetermined. Eventually undermined. Communist leaders had even less understanding of the capitalist system than of their own. Most living people under socialism had little understanding of capitalism and its practice. Workers interviewed in Poland believed that if their factory were to be closed down in the transition to the free market, quote, the state will find us some other way. Some other work, rather. They thought they would have it both ways. They want their cake and they want to eat it too. Wow. In the Soviet Union, many who argued for privatization also expected the government to continue providing them with collective benefits and subsidies. Pick a fucking lane. One skeptical farmer got it right. Some people want to be capitalists for themselves, but expect socialism to keep serving them. Reality sometimes hit home. In 1990, during the Glasnost period, when the Soviet government announced that the price of newsprint would be raised 300% to make it commensurate with its actual cost, the new pro-capitalist publications complained bitterly. They were angry that state socialism would no longer subsidize their denunciations of state socialism. They were being subjected to the same free market realities they so enthusiastically advocated for everyone else, and they did not like it. Not everyone romanticized capitalism. Many of the Soviet and Eastern European emirates who had migrated to the United States during the 1970s and 80s complained about this country's poor social services, crime, harsh work conditions, lack of communitarian spirit, vulgar electoral campaigns, inferior educational standards, and the astonishing ignorance that Americans had about history. They discovered they could no longer leave their jobs during the day to go shopping, that their employers provided no company doctor when they fell ill on the job, that they were subject to severe reprimands when tardy, they could not walk the streets and parks late at night without fear, that they might not be able to afford medical services for their family or college tuition for their children, and that they had no guarantee of a job and might experience unemployment at any time. Among those who never emigrated were some who did not harbor illusions about capitalism. In fact, numerous workers, peasants, and elderly were fearful of the changes ahead and not entirely sold on the free market mythology. 1989 survey in Czechoslovakia found that 47% wanted their economy to remain state-controlled, 43% wanted a mixed economy, only 3% they favored capitalism. In May 91, a survey of Russians by a U.S. polling organization found that 54% chose some form of socialism and only 20% wanted a free market economy, such as in the U.S. or Germany. Another 27% elected for a modified form of capitalism as found in Sweden. Still, substantial numbers, especially among intellectuals and youths, the two groups we know who know everything, opted for the free market paradise, without the faintest notion of its social costs. Against the inflated imagination, reality is a poor thing. Against the glittering image of the West's cornucopia, the routinized, scarcity-ridden, and often exasperating experiences of communist society did not have a chance. It seems communism created a dialectical dynamic that undermined itself. It took semi-feudal, devastated, underdeveloped countries and successfully industrialized them, bringing a better life for most. This very process of modernization and uplift also created expectations could not be fulfilled. Many expected to keep all the securities of socialism overlaid with capitalist consumerism. As we shall see in subsequent chapters, they were in for some painful surprises. One reason siege socialism could not make the transition to consumer socialism is that the state of siege was never lifted. As noted in the previous chapter, the very real internal deficiencies within communist systems were exacerbated by unrelenting external attacks and threats from the Western powers. Born into a powerfully hostile capitalist world, communist nations suffered through wars, invasions, and an arms race that exhausted their productive capacities and slowed their development. The decision by Soviet leaders to achieve military parity with the United States while working from a much smaller industrial base placed a serious strain on the entire Soviet economy. The very siege socialism that allowed the USSR to survive made it difficult to thrive. Perestroika, or the restructuring of socio-economic practices in order to improve performance, was intended to open and revitalize production. Instead, it led to the unraveling of the entire state socialist fabric. Thus, the pluralistic media that were to replace the communist monopoly media eventually developed into a pro-capitalist ideological monopoly. The same thing happened to other socialist institutions. The intent was to use a shot of capitalism to bolster socialism. The reality was that socialism was used to subsidize and build an unforgiving capitalism. Pressed hard throughout its history by global capitalism's powerful financial, economic, and military forces, state socialism endured a perpetually tenuous existence, only to be swept away when the floodgates were opened to the West. Thus to the end of Chapter 4. Chapter 4. And I'm not going to read Chapter 5 today. I'm going to stop there. I don't know when I'm going to keep reading this. Probably tomorrow. I don't know if the stream's over. I don't know. I think what I'm going to do is take these, maybe edit these down. Where'd it go? Edit these down. Whoops. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons here. Maybe edit these down. And I think I'm going to post these on YouTube as Rev Lo-Fi. So I'm going to put the lo-fi music overneath it. Yeah, I've wanted to read this too. Quite critical. He is quite critical. Do I ever do Marx theory streams? Not really. I have some Rev Lo-Fi. I really need to finish that Rev Lo-Fi series. Marx Capital. CPC's their own studies on why the USSR fell. What's CPC? China. Yeah, what is going on with this? I just don't know what's going on with this one. Chinese communists have a vested interest in not repeating the same mistakes. Yeah. U.S. tends to say CCP to draw connections to the CCCCCCP. Dune Hair, welcome in. Communist Party of China. The Communist Party of China. The Communist Party of China. I don't get it. What are they saying? U.S. did it. They're saying we're not accepting the U.S.'s condolences. That makes me believe that they think the U.S. is involved.
We'll do it live.
Does that mean...
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
What does that mean? Does that mean
Fucking
PKK?
thing sucks.
And the U.S. is funding PKK? Is that accurate or no? What is going on here? I just can't figure this out. What different angles are there? What could this mean? Am I reading this right? They think the U.S. backed Kurds did it, is what I understand. Is that the PKK, or are they U.S. backed, or no? Am I misremembering that? Someone connect the dots for me on this one. No one seems to be saying anything. What's going on? What is this about the bombing in Turkey? Well, apparently the Turkish Interior Ministry is like not accepting the condolences of the U.S. Embassy. So it seems as though they're calling out the U.S. for being involved. Tell me what, Ross? Are we bored of Ukraine yet? The U.S. war in Turkey? I don't think Turkey. I don't see that. I see U.S. fucking around in Taiwan, Haiti. I could see Brazil. I don't think so, though. Where else? North Korea. Xinjiang. I don't know. Vuvuzela. Like, no one's saying anything. It's just like, oh my god. Don't spell this out for me. I don't have to think about it. Oh. Turkey been trying to set up gas lines with Russia? Why wouldn't they? I could do what? Who's the they? Turkey? Hold on, what? Click or read the article, but some headline was saying about something about a Taiwan being in the World War III and how that's what? How that's okay or good? Oh no. China doesn't want American propagandists poisoning the minds of their people because it's so dangerous. Yeah. They should kick the NED out. They absolutely should. Turkey blames Kurdish militants from Syria's U.S. the YPG. That's the group that the Brace from that podcast. So not the PKK, the YPG. All right, so Turkey, when Erdogan, remember he came over? Remember when Erdogan came over to visit Trump? And he's at his embassy, and there's a bunch of people across the embassy calling Erdogan like a baby killer or some shit. And they got YPG flags. And then Erdogan's guards ran across the street and beat the shit out of him. That was like the thing that like put Turkey on the map in my brain. I just had no idea. You know, I'm baby brain when it comes to geopolitics and stuff. I'm trying to learn about it on the fly as I go here. They just didn't teach me about this, I guess, when I was a kid, and I never paid attention if they did. I don't know. Who cares? But that's what put Turkey on the map, and Erdogan and the whole thing. And they're like, these YPG guys, they call them terrorists. Are they really U.S.-backed? I don't know. I don't know enough about YPG. I feel like I haven't gone down that rabbit hole. Have we struggled on that one? I'm not all the way down this rabbit hole over here. They did until Trump pulled the plug. We abandoned the Kurds. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. We're not really arming them anymore? They pointed at U.S. complicity in the Istanbul attack, likening the U.S. to a killer. Are they saying this is blowback? Okay. Yeah. All right, that makes more sense. There were our allies fighting the Islamic force in the Levant and the Syrian army. Also, were they also fighting PKK? I gotta try to figure out what's going on here. I've not yet fully wrapped my head around Syria. I'm getting closer. The vision of their population goes way back to the British Empire. Yeah. It goes back to the Treaty of Sèvres and then the Treaty of Lausanne. The Treaty of Sèvres was going to give Kurds their own land. And then the Turkish nationalists were fighting their independence, war of independence. And they were negotiating fucking hard in France for the Treaty of Lausanne. And so they signed the Treaty of Lausanne, pretty much establishing modern-day Turkey, but establishing no Kurdish lands, right? The Entente powers were going to give Kurdish people their land in the Sèvres Treaty. That was superseded by Lausanne. All right. Was I in the middle of something? Was I reading something or something? I lost my train of thought here. Are we just monologuing over here? We were just riffing? The U.S.-backed Kurdish group, the YPG. Is that right? Is the same exact one of the American anarchists called the Anarchist Utopia? Maybe. Who's that podcast guy? I can't even remember the name of the podcast. I even went to their live show. This guy Brace Belden. He does TrueAnon. Known by his Twitter handle Piss Pig Granddad. He went to fight with the YPG. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, read this.
Belden was among 7 Western leftist volunteers profiled in Rolling Stone in March 2017. He later described it as pretty fucking ridiculous, man. They just kind of made up my biography. Which is tight, because I've literally done nothing in my life but jack off before I came here.
Oh my God. He's on Twitter at the time. By the time he's returned from Syria, he's got 30,000 followers. The account permanently suspended for accusations of violating Twitter's policies on targeted abuse or harassment. What'd he do? A bunch of Nazi 4chan dudes mad at him for making fun of a guy for being short. What is going on here? Guy's weird, man. You missed most of my Turkey and Syria deep dive, so you don't know a ton. Well, I'm gonna give you. Hopefully, if my plan goes to, if my plan pans out, I'm gonna be doing a big Turkey project. It'll be the project of my lifetime. I'm just hoping to get enough support to get it done. I need to crowdfund this, but I think it would be. It's I'm gonna have to do like an episode for free. And then show people what it's all about. Try to get some support. This kind of thing is gonna go history books. Yeah, think about it. Okay. Kraftfund. Krautfund. Okay, I'm looking at 1:39 p.m. Only streamed for 4 hours? What's the deal with that? Why does it feel like I've been streaming for much longer?
Nazi.
You seen this?
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazikeule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazikeule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis.
Mainstream.
Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
Ja?
Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
Das sind jetzt über...
Ja, ja, ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
It was a derogatory term.
Sie haben also das Browser-Ballett noch nicht abonniert.
It was considered a derogatory term. It's true. All right. The TOS. It's probably fine. Probably fine. You don't want to be reading like, I don't know. You probably can get away with anything, to be honest. Okay. Thinking about wrapping up. I don't know. What else am I going to do? A lot of good streaming today. Yep. Vexing thoughts. You posted that when we were going over all the Ukraine symbols? I feel like I do remember seeing that, but it makes more sense now. That's funny. All right. We're gonna get a move on. I'm gonna post this full live stream. I'll probably post the clip from when we were talking about the war in Ukraine, including my reaction to Majority Report. Fucking insane idiots over there. I think I'm going to turn this series when I'm reading Black Shirts and Reds, I'm going to turn that into a Rev Lo-Fi. Couple chapters at a time. All right. But I'm going to end the stream today and wrap up. I want to thank you all for being with me, spending your time with me. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Please come back tomorrow. I do this every day. Yeah. I'm going to raid out to someone cool, I'm sure. Thanks, Nace. Y'all were great viewers today. Chat, you did a great job. Yo, it was like a sketch. It was like a skit, right? Wild stuff. Johnny Scarlet, huh? Put up Johnny Scarlet. Folks, take care of yourself. All right, be good to yourself, be good to each other. Safety first. Repeat after me. I am a revolutionary. That's right. That's right. You're not a liberal. You're not a reactionary. You're not a lib. Did I just say that twice? You're a revolutionary. Be good to yourself. See you next time. Love your face. See you next time. Bye. Goodbye. Bye.
Bing bong.
Shit, that's the wrong button.